You know I've traveled near and far, see the shining sea. I've seen a lot of places, and people that were nice to me. One place that's in my heart, and this is how I feel. I'm talking about my hometown, Fayetteville. She's nestled in the sand hills on a river called Fayetteville. Special to so many who proudly served our country here. She was named for Lafayette and known for cotton mills. I'm talking about my hometown, Fayetteville. My hometown, Fayetteville. I'm so proud to be from here. It don't take long when you're away from home to find out how you feel. It's always good to come home to Fayetteville. Babe Ruth hit his first one, heard around the world. Sherman marched with the Union and burned the arsenal. Old Market House still standing, but stands for freedom's will. I'm talking about my hometown, Fayetteville. My hometown, Fayetteville. I'm so proud to be from here. It don't take long when you're away from home to find out how you feel. It's always good to come home to Fayetteville. My all-American city, Fayetteville. Talking about my hometown, Fayetteville.
Well, good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to the November 25th Fayetteville City Council meeting. At this time, we would ask that Dr. Greg Perkins, Associate Pastor for Mount Pisgah Missionary Baptist Church, would come forth. He would give us our invocation. Ask that all would please stand for the prayer. Please remain standing and repeat in unison the Pledge of Allegiance.
Gracious Father, we thank you for every seat that has been filled here today, for each mind and heart that feels the presence of this room. We thank you, Lord, only you truly know what this is all about, Lord. We have some ideas, we have some hints, we have some visions, but only you, Lord, knows the true instructions of how we should get there. We have great talent, we have abilities, we have time to work. However, Lord, only you know, and only you can see the perfect details of every beginning and every project and every session and every season and every mistake that we make along the way. Forgive us of our missteps. But your righteousness transcends all that we should do here. Forgive us of our pride that gets puffed up and gets in the way. But God, we thank you for these great leaders that you have bestowed upon us. We thank you for these elected leaders. We thank you for the appointed leaders. We thank you for our first responders, our fire and police persons who take care of us each and every day. But more importantly, Lord, we thank those who have served and will be departing this space this day. We wish them well, and we wish God's blessing on our hometown heroes, Fayetteville, North Carolina. Amen.
Amen. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Dr. Perkins. I know you quite well, but would you tell our listening audience a little bit about yourself and your ministry?
Absolutely, Mayor Colvin. Thank you for, again, opportunity to come and present before this fine body of city leaders that we have here. I'm the associate pastor of Mount Pisgah Missionary Baptist Church, and I've been working here with city leaders for about 10 years now. Actually, I'm now an official volunteer police chaplain, whatever that means, working with Chief Hawkins and that great group over there. And so we just want to spread the good news that Fayetteville is a good place to live, a good place to raise a family, that we have great elected leaders who share positive enthusiasm across the neighborhood. And that's the message from my community today. Thank you for the positive message that you continue to spread. God bless you.
God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. At this time, I will look to Councilmember Jensen to introduce our special guest with us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to introduce Jayla from the Fayetteville Cumberland Youth Council. Jayla, I'm going to let you say your last name because we were killing it over here, so I'm going to let you give your last name.
It's Chittums.
Okay, we had 3 different ways of saying it, so I want to make sure I said it the right way. But welcome, and Jayla's going to tell us about the Fayetteville Cumberland Youth Council.
Thank you. My name is Jaya Chittums. I'm from District 9. The past 2 weeks, the Fayetteville Cumberland Youth Council has been traveling to represent our community on a state and national level. We first attended the State of North Carolina State Youth Council Mini-Grant Conference in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. I am happy to share, after 2 days of debating and reviewing grants, us teens approved over $6,000 worth of grant funds to youth programs in North Carolina. This past week, myself and 5 other teens had the pleasure to travel to San Antonio to the National League of Cities City Summit. We had a great time networking and collaborating with other youth councils from all over the United States and discussing topics like the gender pay gap, environmental issues, preventing gun violence, and equity in city government. This was an amazing experience. Lastly, if you know any high school student that needs community service hours, the Fayetteville Cumberland Parks and Recreation Christmas in the Park is a great opportunity in December. Please reach out to axfcyc@gmail.com for more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we welcome you. Let's give her a round of applause for Youth Council. Just before we call Mr. Greg Weber from the Arts Council, I'd like to just personally thank the members of the City Council, staff members, as well as many of you for your well wishes and your prayers and thoughts during the last couple weeks and your condolences. So I wanted to publicly thank you for your support. Mr. Weber, if you would come forward, please.
Mayor, members of council, thank you so much for inviting me here tonight. Each week that I'm here and as I watch that anthem, the things that I see in there, the generosity, the giving, the caring in this community happen at all of our events. And if you haven't looked ahead in your calendar yet, on this Friday, Black Friday, November 29th is a Dickens holiday. And that, what I'm told, I haven't seen it yet, that represents all and everything that make Fayetteville great: generosity, giving, kindness, and caring for each other. So the event starts at 1 o'clock, in case it's not in your calendar yet. It goes until 9 o'clock. It's in its 20th season this year, 20th season. And it was generated to build support for downtown businesses and to generate support for downtown businesses. Now, I hope all of you have been there. I'm the only one up here with an excuse for not having attended yet. So I want to just kind of tell you some of the new things. We'll, of course, have Father Christmas. We'll have all of the Dickensian folks there. And I encourage council members, as some have taken in the past, Marge and I will be dressing up. I'd love to see you all dress up in your Dickens holiday also. I really would. Some of the new things. We have a holiday app. Go to our website, www.artscouncil.com, or you can go to Grandstand Events on your Apple or Google and download a Dickens Holiday Event. You're going to understand even more so why when I get through here, but it has all the shops, all of the companies, all the organizations, what's going on. Also, in celebration of our 20th, something new is there's going to be a giant snow globe sponsored by PwC, so you can stand inside of this snow globe and take your picture. All of us want that. And, I may even join you in that picture. Now, a reason you need this app is because also we're doing a scavenger hunt. And let me tell you, folks, at here, you all maneuver yourselves through to solutions through a lot of fog sometimes, and you're pretty impressive. So I think you guys would all excel in the scavenger hunt that will be happening. It'll be 15 downtown merchants, and it starts at 4 o'clock, but it's only available on the app. And lastly, I have to tell you, I've only seen the pictures, but I hope you all come up and experience it if you haven't. The candlelight procession being on top of Market House, if you don't believe in the strength and the power and the togetherness and resilience of our city, then join us on top of the Market House and see those 10 to 15,000 people holding candles. And as a new item this year, we're actually going to have a young man during the procession while they're moving down sing "Oh Holy Night." And he is a pretty knockout singer, and you'll have to show up to find out who that is or hear from everybody what you missed. And on behalf of all of my downtown colleagues, thank you. Thank you for free parking that day. We really appreciate it. Thank you. And lastly, I just have to thank Mayor Pro Tem Moan, Councilmember Cullington, Councilmember Crisp, Councilmember Arp. You all have been dedicated and strong and brought such resilience and insight to our city. Thank you. I really appreciate your service here, and I know that we will be hearing more from each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you, sir. Council, at this time, we will have some recognitions for our colleagues who will be coming off of the council tonight. This is their last meeting, and Councilmember Arp, in his absence, we will hold his presentation. At this time, if I could ask if Councilmember Cullington, Mayor Pro Tem Moan, and Councilmember Chris, if you could, Ms. Chris, if you're up to it, meet at the podium, or I can come to you. Oh, yeah, I got your remarks. We just got something special for you right now. Yes, sir. You're full of gifts. All right. If you all could meet us at the podium.
Start giving them out to us next year.
Well, council and public, the highest honor that we can award, which is just a fraction of the appreciation that the citizens and the city council we owe to these members. I will start with the presentation of the key to the city to Councilmember Dan Cullington. Councilmember Cullington, and we will have our remarks at the end, so I will not editorialize at this time. But Councilmember Cullington, on behalf of colleagues on Fayetteville City Council and 210 grateful citizens of the city, I'd like to present to you a key to the city for your service. Thank you so much. Next, we'd like to present to the Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Ted Moan, key to the city. Sir, you've served this city well in a number of capacities, and you will greatly be missed by not only the colleagues on council, but the citizens. Although we look forward to our new council members, we want to thank you and give you just dues for the service to the city.
Thank you, Mayor Colby.
Well, we've got the best for last. Come on here. All right. So, the Dean of the City Council, Councilmember Chris. Your wisdom, sir.
I want to hide my stick so nobody knows. I don't want anybody thinking I'm invalid.
Yeah, we're gonna miss that. Sir, Councilman Chris, there's a new council member. You was so helpful to me, and many of us as we came on the council, not really knowing what to expect. We would like to just, as a token of appreciation for the city council members who've served with you over the last few years, for the citizens of the city, we'd like to present you key to the city as well, sir.
My daughter's over here taking a picture.
That's right. And
Take this home to your mama.
she earned it as well. Also, we'd like to call Senator Kurt Deviere here. I think he has something special for you, so I'll yield the floor to him.
How you doing?
I'm good. Councilwoman Jensen, will you come up, please? Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Need a hand?
No, sir. So I'm going to turn, so hopefully I can talk loud enough. The Dean of the City Council, the longest serving member, someone as I look around has either counseled, beat, taught our time on council, as I look around the dais and as well as me. I remember when Bill first got elected, and he has done yeoman's work that so many across this community have never seen. He's at community watch meetings that aren't in his district. He's everywhere. And he's doing that because he's the voice of this city. And so I had a conversation with Councilwoman Jensen, who is near and dear to Mr. Chris Hart, Councilmember Chris Hart, and we thought it was fitting that I asked Governor Cooper to award Councilmember Chris with the highest honor for a North Carolinian. So tonight I want to present you with the longleaf pine, sir. I'm going to try to read this here. It's always fun to read. So, Roy Cooper, I'm going to hold it like this so I can see it. Roy Cooper, Governor, reposing special confidence in the integrity, learning, and soul of William Joseph Leon Crisp, I do there present under the Order of the Longleaf Pine, with the rank of Ambassador Extraordinaire, privileged to enjoy fully all rights granted to members of this exalted order, among which is a special privilege to propose the following North Carolina toast in select company anywhere in the free world. Here's to the land of the longleaf pine, the summer land where the sun doth shine, where the weak grows strong and the strong grow great. Here's to the down home, the old North State. Congratulations, sir.
I couldn't have done this without Miss Jensen. She's, you know, I'm busy chewing out everybody on the
All right,
council.
no speech yet, Mr. Chris.
And she's busy chewing me out from time to time. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's what,
One more.
Y'all
Thank
turn
you.
this way. Y'all turn this way. Y'all turn this way.
Oh, you got a presentation?
yeah, okay,
Give it to my daughter.
okay. Would you like to speak?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to speak?
No, I'm gonna give my.
Okay, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Moan and Councilmember Culleton, can you come back down here? You stay right here. So, a few years back, my brother had this position, and when he left, he gave everybody gifts. So,
Cognac?
no cognac. It's pretty good though. So I went into the trophy house and I was saying, I really want to give these gentlemen something. And especially Mayor Pro Tem Moan and Mr. Crisp, you were with me when I started this journey. And you were very, very helpful to me. Mr. Crisp was my mentor when I didn't even know I needed one, and he let me know that I needed one. And we've had some really good conversations, and the only story I'm going to tell is I got upset with him about a year ago, and I said something to him, and I would call him a crotchety old sergeant major. He'd get that attitude going on him. And somebody looked at me and said, "You can't talk to him that way." And he looked at me and said, "Yes, you can." But I have been blessed for the past 6 years to serve with you gentlemen. So Dan, I know we only had a year-long thing. I respect your decision. I understand your decision. Your children are going to love having you home. So they always say, beware of Greeks bearing gifts, but these are good gifts. So my brother and I, Jimmy, had a great time doing this. So for Mr. Culleton, from me, we gave you to put on your home. It's for North Carolina to know that Fayetteville's always home. So I wanted to give that to you. Thank you. So, and I just wanted to recognize my husband back there because I told him, I said, "I don't think I'm going to be able to do this." And he said, "Do you want me to come?" And I said, "Yes." And he was like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah, I need you to be here." So there's my husband, Jerry, back there. So, Councilmember Crisp and Councilmember Moan are getting the same thing. And what it is a bust of Lafayette. And on it, it says, "In appreciation to Ted Moan and Bill Crisp, Fayetteville City Council Member District 8 and 6, thank you for your hard work, service, and dedications to the citizens of Fayetteville." And on the back, it says, "And I truly mean these words. I'm a better council member because of you, and our city is a better place because of your service. Thank you." Kathy Johnson. Oh, let's get a picture.
You want to get a picture?
Of course I want to get a picture.
Come on around.
Here's yours.
No, you the tall guy.
Here's yours. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, I had one more thing. Sorry. So Mr. Crisp, everybody knows me, knows I like pens. So I'm giving Mr. Crisp my FCYC pen because he would go to the Fayetteville Cumberland Youth Council with me, and you supported me the whole time. So there is your pen, and there it's going to
Clean it up here
come.
tonight.
Yeah, clean it up.
Huh?
Saved it. Yes, sir.
Now, thank you.
Well, save the best for last, and I know we've talked about yours, but certainly you wouldn't have been able to serve the citizens of Fayetteville as well as you have if it had not been for your family and your wife at home. And I think your daughter wants to have some remarks real quick.
Oh, she does? Yes. Don't embarrass me with
This will be real short. I just want everybody in this room to know how proud I am of my pop. He has always given everything he could give to other people. He's always been generous to other people and loved other people, and we learned that from watching his example. I don't always agree with his politics. We have some discussions about that. But nevertheless, I'm just so proud of him, and I just wanted to say it in front of all these people, his peers and his colleagues and all the people that know him, that I'm just so proud of him. So proud of him.
So, council will move to our agenda. Item 5.0 is approval of the agenda.
So be it, Mr. Mayor.
So there's a motion to approve by Councilmember Wright. Is there a second? All right, second by Councilmember Hare, and council will go to lights. I've got you. The second by Councilmember Hare. Any discussion on the motion to approve? All right, council, I'll look to you for your votes. Councilman Hare?
Okay, I thought, okay.
All right. Madam Clerk, that is unanimous by those present. Item 6.0 is the consent agenda. Councilman Hare.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull item 6.013 for independent vote, and the attorney may need to help me with this. I want to pull 6.015 for a new motion, so I want to pull that off of the list.
For separate action.
Yes, for
Okay.
separate action, sir.
All right. And Councilman Culleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also like to pull 6.06 for staff to give explanation and transparency on this topic.
Okay. And thank you, Councilmember Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull 6.09, and we might have a further explanation and some more information on this topic from the PwC representative.
Okay. So, council, if have this correct, we will need a motion representing the approval of the agenda with the exception of those items named, which was 6.06, 6.09, 6.013, and 6.015. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So be it, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager, you had something?
Yes, sir. We can be ready for 6.015, but Mr. Hare, was your interest in 912 Murchison Road primarily?
Yes, just for that, that item only is 1912.
So I guess, Mayor, would it be more appropriate to say approve all of
Separate
those
that out.
items, but except for 1912 Murchison Road?
Correct.
All right. So there's a motion by Councilmember Wright. There was a second by Councilmember Dawkins with the removal of those items. And if I have this correct, gentleman who made the motion, can you amend it to state that you would approve item 6.015 with the exception of 1912 Murchison Road?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'll make an amendment to approve the item with the exception of 1912 Murchison Road.
All right.
And-
you okay with this?
No, sir. And 6.103. That was the very first one.
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in there.
Don't want it to get past me.
All right. So there's a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions that were named 6.06, 6.09, 6.013, and approve 6.015 with the exception of 1912 Murchison Road. Any further discussions on the motion? All right, council, I'll look to you for your votes. Mr. Jensen? All right. Madam Clerk, that is unanimous. Motion carries. All right, starting at the top of the items pulled, item 6.06, Councilman Culleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to get staff's input on this item. If we can get some clarity and explanation of what we're dealing with here.
Thank you, sir. Deputy City Manager Christoph Bauer. I'll give you a brief overview. What this is back in December of 2017, the council moved forward with a partnership to develop a parking garage, a hotel, and at that time actually a residential structure, but has become an office tower over here on Hay Street across here. That was an investment from the community that would then support private investment. And at that time, there actually was a significant amount of uncertainty about the nature of the project, what would be included. In fact, the council had an option at that time to whether it's going to be 4 floors or 5 floors, precast or cast in place. But at that time, council took the bold step of agreeing to partner with that project in order to bring private investment to the community. We established an initial budget at that time of uncertainty, and there were 2 obligations that were placed before the council. One was a fixed commitment toward the construction costs, and the other one was actual soft costs associated with that development of that garage. The difference between those is construction costs, of course, is the parts of, concrete and steel. Soft costs are those elements that have to do with actually designing the facility, permitting the facility, special inspections, which have to do with making sure that whatever, as the structure is built, it complies with all the specifications so that it is built strong and effective. So those costs were not known at that time. Those costs were variable. So fixed costs toward construction, and then whatever soft costs actually turned out to be. So as we move forward in the project was then bid, and we have moved forward in that project. At that time, we only reserved a little bit of funding to the side to actually pay for those soft costs. And we've been making that commitment as we've moved along, and those soft costs have come in, and we've watched them come in. We're now at the close of this project. We're actually looking in the next 30 days to complete this project and open it to the public and move on to the next phase. And it's ready to settle all the accounts and meet all of our obligations. So as we looked at the fund, we actually didn't have sufficient reserve in the fund to pay for all those soft costs. Now, we have been watching those soft costs very carefully, and they actually have come in below industry average, where actually our soft costs are below 9% of the construction costs. Our design costs are actually below 4%. So a very reasonable cost for the design of such a complex project. And what we're looking for tonight is actually authorization from the council to put sufficient funds in there to meet the city's obligation, and then allow us to close out this project, pay all of those obligations, and then move on to the next phase. And just as a reminder, as we talked about this project, while we're investing about a little bit over $17 million of public funds, there's actually a guaranteed taxable value of $46 million coming back, plus a creation over time of over 2,200 jobs, and actually economic impact estimated to be over $265 million over time.
Okay, thank you for that. So to be clear then, what we're looking at tonight, this is not additional money that we're looking to put towards this project, but an obligation that we've already approved and not yet paid. Is that correct?
This will allow the city to meet all of its obligations under the contract as it was established and amended in last June. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
All right, any other questions reference to item 6.06? All right, and Mr. Bauer, just for the audience, explain, are you able to post what breakdown of some of those soft costs were? I know it's included in our CAM, but.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have in things, for example, like I mentioned earlier, actual design costs. So we pay the architect to actually make sure that it's designed effectively. We paid for those design costs associated, again, just with the garage itself. That was about half of the soft costs, or about 4% of the construction costs. Our own permitting fees. So when we actually have to pay ourselves back for those permitting fees, that was about 8%. Insurance, just to make sure that if something happens along the project, that we're covered and protected against any sort of casualty. And then special inspections. So that's actually having an engineering firm out there testing the concrete to make sure the concrete is appropriate specifications and that it's built effectively and to spec. Those are the major components of soft costs.
Gotcha. All right, council, any other questions? All right, Mr. Culleton? I'm sorry, I didn't have lights on, so if you had questions, hit your lights again. Okay, all right. Councilman Culleton?
I'll make a motion to approve item 6.06 as recommended by staff.
All right, there's a motion on the floor by Councilmember Culleton to approve. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Chris. Any discussion on the motion? All right, council, I'll look to you for your votes. All right. Madam Clerk, it is unanimous on those present. Item 6.09, Councilmember Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 6.09 is dealing with the retrofit of street lights, the LED lights, and I wanted to call representative from PwC to kind of let the citizens know a little bit more about that and where we are and the things we talked about earlier.
Thank you, Councilmember Wright. One question you had, and I'll open it up, people can ask other questions. One question you had is what these specific lights that are in this purchase bid are going to be used for. These are replacement bulbs for the decorative lights that are downtown. So the decorative lights have been replaced, but these are additional bulbs that we can use as we need to replace them as they fail. So that's what those are, the specific bid is for.
Okay.
Okay. And did you have additional questions? I think you had additional questions, or I know Councilmember Harris had some questions, so.
Well, yeah, when we talked about LED lights around the city, this is not pertaining to that, but the question I had was, where are we with lighting the city with LED lights? Are we complete, or what stage are we Because those lights seem to brighten the area and give us more safety, and so I was interested to know that.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head the specific percentage, but I can get that for you, and I'll get that to council. I think we're about 70 to 80% done across the whole city. And we're still working on that. And we have a plan that I can get to the council that shows you what areas, and we have rough timelines when those are supposed to be done. So it lays out for you the specific, which areas will be getting lights now.
Sure, I would love to see that at a work session, at our next work session, if we can.
All right, I'll get it to you, and then we can ask to be on the work session agenda so we can discuss it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Councilman Hare?
Thank you, Mayor. And we spoke about this upstairs, but just for citizens, but especially those citizens that I represent, the area as far as the LED exterior street lighting lights, the area from Morganton Road to Fieldyard Road on the Ben Martin side,
Okay.
that project has come back to me to state it has been completed. But I get calls all the time that it isn't. It's very dark in the area, and I've driven out there. I was just out there a few days ago, knowing that we were going to be here today. I would greatly appreciate you coming back to us with that.
I don't know the specifics of that area, but I will get that and get back to you.
And also, if you could, bring back the Helen Street to Bragg Boulevard, all those communities that sit in between.
Helen Street
We
to Bragg
started the
Boulevard.
project, but didn't get finished, and the citizens want to know what's going on.
Okay, I will do that, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And
Thank
I
you,
guess,
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I could say one thing, we often get requests from council members, and we're happy to answer those council members. One of the things that's, I think it's important for the citizens to remember is that we have 4 electric utilities in the city, and there are portions of the city where PwC is not responsible for the streetlights. And we're happy to look if you ask questions and put you in contact with people in those different utilities. So I think it's important to remember that there are areas where our lights stop and people, why did we stop? It's because it may be because another utility serves that area. But I'm not saying that these areas are like that, but it's important for everybody to understand that we don't serve the whole city as far as streetlights go.
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
aware.
All right,
Thank you.
good.
Did have a question for you.
Sure.
Just in general, how much of a savings percentage-wise, roughly, you could give rough numbers, is it to replace a traditional light with the LED light?
So if you look at the energy usage, which is the big savings, okay, the LED lights are probably use about 20% of the energy that the previous lights would use, so there's significantly less energy. But when you do this, you have to go in and spend capital money. So when we did this, the commission was able to keep the rates the same, okay? And I think over time, as the investment goes in, and now we're only talking about the energy costs, that I think you'll see the cost of these lights going down, because the energy cost is only about 20% of what the old lights were.
Okay, and that was my next question. So in the savings that comes from making the city more energy efficient for instituting this, and even our own properties like PwC in the cities, you said the taxpayers and the ratepayers will get it back when, over time?
Well, yeah, it's because when we decided to go forward with this project, we looked at the cost of buying all these new fixtures to put in, right? And so there was a capital cost associated with that, and as I said, the energy cost was significantly lower. And so when you put the whole things together, the cost was about the same, and the commission held the rates the same for that. I don't know if all the council knows this, but streetlights, traditionally in cities, streetlights are paid for by the cities, okay? In Fayetteville, our electric customers pay for the street lighting. The city does not pay for the street lighting. Our electric customers pay for the street lighting through a charge on their bill. So all the street lighting that we provide in the city of Fayetteville is paid for by our electric ratepayers, and it's not paid for by the general fund.
Well, I get that, but
Okay.
at the end of the day, the savings would go to
Savings go to the
ratepayer,
ratepayers,
right?
yes, absolutely.
So you have some documentation that says that to upfit this would be $5 million, and you'll save approximately $1 million over time.
Right.
So in 5 years, the ratepayers
Yeah,
should start to see.
whenever the depreciation is done on, I think the cost will go down.
Okay, and that's not attached to this cam, right?
No, this CAM is just buying luminaires to replace there. It has nothing to do
All
with
right.
that.
Okay,
Okay?
All right, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any other questions for Mr. Brown? Okay, all right, look to you for a motion, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve 6.09 as established on the agenda.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Wright. Is there a second? Light show. Councilman Culleton is the second. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, council, look to you for your votes. All right, Madam Clerk, that is unanimous. Those present. Item 6.013, Councilman Hare.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, council. If staff could just come up, please, and just give us a little short overview of this proposed amendment.
Mayor, members of council, what is before you is a revision to your ordinance as it relates to alcoholic beverages. I think, Mayor, as we go forward, perhaps it's easier to talk about what this ordinance isn't. Under North Carolina law, it is illegal for you to take alcoholic beverages out of a restaurant. So, unlike what was said in the paper, you will not be able to go to a restaurant and then leave the restaurant and walk around with your alcoholic beverage in a cup. This will not be Bourbon Street, Whiskey Street, or any of those others. The second thing is that you currently, as a part of your special events, so the various events that are held downtown, Dogwood Festival, Folk Festival, any other festivals, you currently allow those nonprofits to apply to serve alcohol. That is currently limited to Festival Park or any of the parks in the downtown area. This proposal, if passed, would facilitate those nonprofits being able to serve that alcohol or allow alcohol on the streets in downtown. Does not mean every street, and it does not apply to every event. Consistent with what they have to do now to be able to serve alcohol at Festival Park or in the parks downtown, they would still have to do that, meaning that they would have to get approval from the ABC Commission, and they would still have to go to the Special Events Committee. That is what is before the council tonight, is consideration to allow alcohol during events that are held in the downtown in places other than Festival Park or the parks downtown.
Okay, thank you, Madam Attorney. Mr. Hare, did you have some other questions?
No, sir, Mayor.
Okay.
I'm prepared to
So-
make a motion.
Okay, so, Madam Attorney, before there's action taken on this, just to be clear, you know, the newspaper did a horrible job with communicating this, but I want to just be clear that some of the things that, as you highlighted, one is that we already have a policy that allows open containers and consumptions at special events, but it's limited to the Festival Park.
Festival Park or the other parks in downtown, I forget the name of it, but there's the park that's on Green Street, if the event were to be held there. And there's, if they wanted to go to the special, I'm sorry, not the Special Forces Museum, but the Veterans Park, I'm sorry.
Oh, Veterans Park. So there are places in the city.
That's correct.
And so this would not mean that anything new would be allowed. This is just to allow additional locations to have the same rules that are currently taking place in those places, if you chose to do it. So
that's correct.
Just like in Festival Park, there have been gospel concerts who don't do it. There have been Dogwood Festival who do it and get a portion of the proceeds. Wine tasting, brews and blues. There are a number of events that are already occurring that this would just allow that to not just take place at Festival Park, but some other restricted area in the city if approved. So you still have to
Downtown.
apply by all North Carolina law, all ABC requirements, everything that is currently taking place now. So I just wanted to read, in the process of this came up when we're talking to people. The number one gripe that you hear is that, there are not a lot of activities, and particularly for our millennial, our younger people, there are not a lot of activities that, I'm in some other city and there's a wine tasting, I'm in another city and there's this or that. And I understand that other cities have had this, and so I did a little research, and so I look at the ordinance currently exists, and these were just a few of our peers. So it currently exists in Greensboro, in Raleigh, in Durham, in Charlotte, and Wilmington, and I stopped looking after that. So basically, there was a way that these areas, and most of these areas that I've named, the city manager makes the approval or not approved. This doesn't mean that everyone who applies gets approved. It doesn't mean that every event has to have it. This is just something that you can do. And we received a letter from a citizen who said, well, who would police it? Does that mean that you can do things that North Carolina law currently says you can't do? The answer to that is all no, because North Carolina law is applicable to any of this, including what we're currently doing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Councilman Dawkins?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Attorney, who is some of the organizations that might benefit? I mean, you're talking the Arts Council, or you're talking Cool Spring Street, so this is primarily located in the downtown area?
That is correct.
Okay, so it could benefit some of these nonprofits who are looking to possibly benefit from something like this.
If that is their interest, it is not a requirement, and certainly they don't have to request that.
All right, I think it's reasonable. Thank you, City Attorney. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Culleton?
Well, I'll defer since Councilman Hare, if he wanted to make the motion. Okay, I'll go ahead and do that. All right. I would like to make, and I lost my tracking of the number. I'll make a motion to approve item number 6.014 as written. Is it 1.3? Sorry, we got a new updated. Let me rephrase that. I make a motion to approve 6.013 as written.
There's a motion by Councilmember Culleton. Is there a second? There's a second by Councilmember Jensen. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, Council, I'll look to you for your votes. That's everybody. All right, Madam Clerk, that motion carries 5-4. Those voting in opposition, Councilman Chris, well, I'll do 4. Those voting for, Councilman Culleton, Colvin, Moan, Jensen, and Dawkins. Those voting in opposition, Councilman Crisp, Wright, Hare, and Waddell. So motion carries 5-4. All right, item 6.015, back to Councilman Hare.
Thanks, Mayor. Council, as we look at this is our uninhabitable structure demolition list, and one of the items that's on this list is 1219 Murchison Road. And being someone that screams for Murchison Road so much, I was pushing to move forward and demoing this structure. But I received a call from, is the attorney representing this property with us tonight? Okay. Well, I gave my word that I would at least bring forward to give them the additional time to make the corrections. And if I could, I would like to make a motion unless there's some item, someone has a.
I guess we'll discuss it at discussion, but if you have a motion, you can put it forth.
I move to adopt the ordinance to demo the structure located at 1912 Murchison Road, Fayetteville, North Carolina, to adopt the ordinance, and that such ordinance be stayed for 60 days to allow the owner to make the following adjustments. Number one, to obtain all necessary trade and demolition permits and repair the exterior of the building, include and repair and replace the exterior ceilings, defected doors, exterior doors, defected ceiling in the drive-through area of the building, and to repair and replace all hanging wires at the soffit, and facial work be done on the entire building. And I'm requesting that this portion of work be adopted in 30 days. Also, to cut the overgrown grass and hedges on the property, to correct any and all City of Fayetteville Code violations within 60 days from the date of the adoption of this ordinance, and secure the property. I also move that if any of these conditions are not met, that this item continues to stay on the demo list process, and that staff will be allowed to move forward with this process without it coming back to City Council.
All right, so that's a long motion, so I'll try to summarize that. So basically, this would move forward with the item of demolition, but we would not enforce it for a period of 90 days, which you've had certain, 60 days?
Yes.
Okay, you had a lot of 60s and 90s in there. All right, so for a period of 60 days, for full compliance, but in 30 days, that cosmetic work will be done. But did you say 60 days to cut the grass, or that should be immediately?
All of that is within the 30 days.
Okay, so to be fully compliant from the exterior, cosmetically, to include abatement of overgrown grass and debris removal within 30 days.
Yes, sir.
And then 60 days for completion of construction.
Yeah, full compliance in 60 days.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so there's a motion by Councilmember Hare for all of that. There's a second by Councilmember Dawkins. I see, was that a second, or you had a question?
Second.
All right, so we have a second by Councilmember Dawkins. Let me reset. All right, questions, discussion on the motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
This, for city staff, I noticed that this property was first cited back in October of 2018 in our council member agenda packet here. It was the Perkins Management Service Company, and in the agenda, it said that all due process and all provisions of the dwellings and building minimum code standards of the city have been followed. The inspections director duly issued and served an order requiring the owners of said property to repair or demolish the structure on or before October 3rd, 2018. And here we are, a year later, and doesn't look like anything's been done. Would that be fair?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
The request that came in this afternoon or this morning was to give them yet another try. And our overall effort of the city has been to look towards compliance, so this is something that council members brought to your attention.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Councilman Chris?
Yeah, I understand from October 2018 is a long time, but if there's a possibility of restoring this business, and I don't think 60 more days is going to hurt us to give the owner the opportunity to get it done. We're in the business of trying to build the city rather than tearing it down. And so I agree with Councilmember Hare. We've waited over a year. Well, I think we can wait 60 more days. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Jensen?
This might be in the packet, and I'm sorry if I didn't see that. Is it occupied right now?
No.
No, it isn't.
How long has it not been occupied?
Oh, probably 2 or 3 years. Yeah.
So,
Power was cut off in December of 2016.
okay, so there's no power to the building since 2016.
Jeff, you worked your way up here too?
So,
December 5th of 2016, utilities were shut off, ma'am.
and we cited them in October of 2018.
The initial item that was cited was July 7th of 2017.
So, and I'm trying not to get into the weeds, but I have to get into the weeds. I guess my question is, we're talking about refurbishing it, that they're gonna have to do that, but they're gonna have to go by all the new codes now because they haven't had electric for 3 years. I mean, there's a change of occupancy, and what was there at the beginning?
It was a dry-
What was there 12
Dry
years?
cleaners.
Oh, it was a dry cleaner, so, yeah, okay, enough said, thank you.
All right. Councilman Wright, and then Cullerton.
I just want to be clear, with the proposal of 60 days. Is it realistic that the structure or the repairs can be done based upon, and I may refer this to, I don't know, Councilman Hare, you talked to the lawyer. What are they prepared to do? Because my question is, if it's not done in 60 days and there still need to be additional work, what are we going to approve going forward? A good faith effort based upon what they're going to do now and in 60 days? Or what are we looking at to approve the next stage if it's not correct? Because you said that it's going to stay on the demolition list, and if it's not prepared, if it's not finished, then it would be demolished. So I don't want the owners to put a bunch of money in it and not get it to the point where we're satisfied, and then they end up losing that.
Yes,
So
sir.
I need to know, is this a realistic goal for the owners and those that putting money into it? Because we want to invest in small business. We want to see small business succeed and grow. So, and I agree with Mr. Crisp that we want to build and not tear down. So I want to know if this is a realistic goal.
I had, and all good questions, and I do understand. And I feel the same. I'm always doing what I can to support our small local business owners, and especially this building, well, not especially this building, but because of this building being a part of, I think, a historical nature. I spoke in detail with the attorney that's representing the owner, and I went through these particular details with him. Nothing has changed from our conversation in the motion that I made, and their answer to me was, yes, sir, it can be done.
All right. Councilman Cullerton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilman Wright asked some of the similar questions, line of questions I was going to do. And I guess, Councilman Harry, you're probably the best to ask. We know this council likes to keep consistency, and we've allotted other property owners extensions like this. But in those cases, they had made good faith efforts up until that point, and some work had been done. Has there been anything done since the power being shut off in 2016, or even the notice in 2018, anything at all done on this property that you've been made aware of?
Staff can answer.
Yes, sir. Over the past, when the property owners have been notified of the need for cleanups or securing the building, they have made those repairs that were needed for broken out windows to board them up after the fact, or to remove trash and debris that was left on the property.
In addition to that, they also had secured a building permit, but then did not complete any of the work. That was earlier in this year. So that permit has expired, so that would be part of what Councilmember Hare was saying, that they need to get the right permits in place too.
And I do understand councils or some of the members' questions and whatnot, and I do appreciate it. And though some are saying they not really wanting to get into the details or the wooded area of it, we just did this, a meeting ago at the corner of Eastern Boulevard and Person Street. Just in good faith of trying to help this business owner that fell on some unresolved or some unsolved circumstances at that time. I think there's nothing wrong with us just giving the additional time that was agreed upon between me and, what the attorney representing the owner to move forward. This is the same owner that owns the church's chicken on Yakin Road. So.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And my intent is just to, one, see that we have consistency, like you mentioned, and that was a case that came to my mind, being in my district, familiar with. I do know that in that case, they had made many good faith efforts, had contractors in place, and were working on their timelines to get this complete. The next question, again, piggybacks off what Councilman Wright said, is that the scope of this project seems to be large. Again, we don't want them to invest money that is unrealistic in meeting those goals. I like the idea of cleaning the exterior aesthetics up in 30 days because I think that's important. And then I like a timeline of 60 days. But if we put the 60-day provision in that they have to have this completely complete, I want to know that staff will work with them to expedite any permit processing that they need to have done in order for that not to be held up, because that's a domino effect, as we all know. And so if they can expedite that, if these folks come to the table in good faith to get this done, then I'm willing to support it. And I would hope that the elected members that are in the audience are listening, because this will come before them and they'll need to have this background as well. So that's all I have to say.
All right, Mr. Manager, and then I need to say something before we go to Mr. Jensen.
Councilmember Cullerton is correct, and one of the things that staff will do if this item moves forward is we will seek to meet with the owner and his attorney and not only address the items which Councilmember Hare had in the motion, but also make sure that they understand, have a long-term plan, because there is significant work to be done outside, but it is doable. But there's also significant work to be done inside, as Mrs. Jensen mentioned as well. And the overall tax value of the property is such that the owner needs to consider that before they make too many costly repairs beyond just getting it up to code and compliance. But absolutely, that's something that we, with council's blessing, be happy to sit down and work through with the owner if you move forward on the motion.
All right, so I did have a question to piggyback off of that. Based on the building permit that was submitted, I'm sure inspections has assessed the level of work that needs to occur and to bring it up to current code. Is 60 days realistic from a time perspective? Because that's moving very, very fast, and that's a lot of work, it looks like.
Yes, sir. A lot of the exterior of the building are cosmetics, and it's the same materials used throughout. So a large portion of it is soffit, fascia, exterior trim work. So it's, like I said, the same material throughout. Once they were able to get those on ground, it would move rather quick.
Inside as well?
And this motion here wouldn't be to repair the interior to bring it up to current code. This is just the exterior.
So I thought the 30 days was for cosmetic and the 60 days were for completion. Is that what it was?
Right.
Mm-hmm. So 60 days, you're saying current code, so regardless of what's going on the inside, whether it's roofs leaking and so forth, you're not under the impression that we're looking for this building to be functionable in 60 days?
The motion that I have in front of me, that we heard from council member, is that to stay the demolition for 60 days, in other words, give them 60 days or it drops in. Within 30 days, all the necessary permits to either demolish or make the improvements to that, and then it gives a list of exterior items to be dealt with. The second portion of that is to correct any code violations within 60 days. Now, it's possible there are code violations inside that building, but the code violations would have another 30 days. Again, we weren't a party of the conversation that occurred, whatever that time period was, and I'll say today, but not knowing exactly when that was. We have been working with their agent over a period of 2 years, and they were under a hearing order to have certain things done that wasn't done. That's why it was brought in front of you. You've seen other ones where we have these and then later we come back and it's rescinded because they go ahead and make the improvements then. It appears, and you've heard it from the council member, that he is trying to give them yet again one more opportunity because he's been able to have straight conversation with them. Can they do these items within the 30 days? The first, yes. Can they do the other items within 60? Yes. Will they actually determine that they want to do something on a building and land value of $95,000? I'm not so sure. I think that's part of what they've been looking at. But that's outside of the issue of what the codes are.
Okay, all right. Councilman Jensen, then we'll wrap this up. You.
Okay, the only thing that I want to say, and you can answer the question, I want to make sure it's in the motion. If they get the outside, the exterior, up to code can be windows with plywood in it.
That's correct, they can. This city has an ordinance that allows them to be boarded windows.
So up to code means plywood windows.
That is an option, yes.
And in that motion, it doesn't say that plywood windows cannot be used, correct?
Correct.
So I guess where I am having the struggle in this is they've had the year, and I understand, but I would, for the price that it is valued at, I would hate for the decision to be made and it be in code with plywood windows and be vacant for another 20 years when we are investing so much time and money and energy to this corridor. And I don't know if we're shooting ourselves in the foot, because the way this motion reads is they are fine with plywood windows. And we are flying people all over the nation to come invest in this corridor, and there's nothing we can do about it the way this motion states. So I can't, and it is going to be more than $95,000 to fix this building. The way we want it, the way we want to see that corridor done.
Mayor, if I may, just for a minute.
Yes, sir.
This is not our motion. You have.
We're not directing it to you. It got you.
You have what was the staff's recommendation. This was putting together something to help a council member, as you know we do.
We understand.
And I apologize. I was just trying to make it known that what we are voting on can be plywood windows.
Yeah.
And they can last for 20 years. So we need to be very cognizant.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
All right, we'll go to Councilmember Waddell, since this is our first round, and then
Thank
I'll
you,
go
Mayor.
back to Chris.
Thank you, Mayor Colvin. I'd actually like to go ahead and call for the vote.
Call for question. All right. Had two more comments, then I'm agreeing with you. It's time to get it on. So Councilmember Chris, I think, hasn't spoken.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
we need to be fair and even-handed across the board. We allowed a certain hotel to sit for 4 years when it should have been torn down according to our ordinances and our rules. We decided to give it a go, and look where we are now with it. Again, I say, 60 more days on a property that's been vacant for 2 or 3 years is not going to kill us. Boarding up the windows outside, that doesn't stop us from demolition process. The interior of the building won't be up to code. We can still tear it down as a fire hazard and other things. But I think in deference to the owner, give him 60 days, and if it's not ready, then we go in there with sledgehammer and ball and chain.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, and then it's time to.
Thank you, Mayor Colvin. In previous demolitions, we were informed whether there was a tax lien on the property that we were looking at to demolish. Do we know if there's any tax liens on this property? Basically, have they paid their tax?
Currently, the taxes that would be owed to the county and the city haven't yet been paid. The large liens, though, are judgments from the IRS against a corporation totaling over $1 million.
Against this property, the corporation?
This property has a lien, part of a judgment of IRS liens.
Oh, over $1 million.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, council, we look to you, Mr. Hare, you pulled this item, so.
No, before we move forward, I would just want to say one thing, because I tried to stand back and listen, because we have made these supported, exceptions over the years. Now here it is. Nobody on this council supports and screams louder for our corridors, and especially Murchison Road corridor, than I do. So to jump in and make the allegations of pushing this one to the side for whatever your reasonings are, we just had a prime example. Eastern Boulevard Hotel stood out there 4 years, could have been longer than that. I don't know is it torn down now, and that's on a corridor. So I'm just a little disappointed in the back and forth on this item. But I'm ready. I call for question also, and we move to go forward.
All right, well, I will say, I hadn't had a comment on this, but I will say if we're looking to clean this up, like all of us are saying every meeting, and you're one of the biggest champions for it, as I am, this is a neighborhood that I personally am invested in and just want to see neighbors be good neighbors. And the condition of where we're talking about tonight is not happening, and I've communicated that to the gentleman who owns this. But I would say that I think that some of the discussion that's coming up tonight is fair, because you're asking yourself if what we're expecting to happen in 60 days is really going to happen. If it takes more to fix it than what it's worth, is that an investment that they're going to make that they haven't made for 3.5 years? We can't say, we can't predict the future. But I think that some of that came up because of that. Now, I want to see it successful and not boarded up and not blighted, because, Councilman Hare, you know the issues we deal with when you've got a vacant building. It may be up to code, but it is a magnet for loitering and other activity that we are calling and enforcing all the time. We've got a situation right up the street from that right now that's in code compliant, but it's also a hotbed for activity. So,
but we all still need to remember that this motion also read that if these items are not met, if the property owner changes his mind, whatever the case may be, we're going to leave this on the demo list. We're going to leave it in the hands and in the process of demolition through inspections, and it doesn't have to.
I agree. So the 60 days, just to be clear, that's in your motion, is for compliance to code, not necessarily preparing for occupancy or continuing work in any way. There's no requirement for that, right?
Well, within the personal dialogue that I had, it was a functionable building. I'm being told, Mr. Hare, it's not far from where we can get it.
So would you like to add some component that said that maybe in 60 days that there's some evidence that work is being continued, or versus them just meeting the minimum code by cutting the grass?
That's fine. That's fine.
I think that the motion should stand as it is. We should vote, and then if it fails, then we move forward. I call for the vote.
All right,
Let
let's
it go,
do it.
Mayor.
All right, so this is a motion to make provisions for a 60-day stay with the provisions that were mentioned. Council, I look to you for your votes. Johnny, okay. All right. Madam Clerk, that motion carries. Voting in favor, Councilman Crisp, Cullerton, Wright, Hare, Dawkins, and Waddell. Voting in opposition, Colvin, Moan, and Jensen. All right, we'll see where we're at in 60.
16 is on them now.
That's it. We have all the consent. All right, item 7.0 is the public hearing. Individuals desiring to speak at the public hearing must have signed up to speak with the city clerk by name and address before 7 p.m. 15 minutes will be allowed for each side of the issue at the public hearing. Individual speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each unless by previous arrangement a single spokesperson is designated, in which case the spokesperson may use the entire 15 minutes. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, clearly state your name and address for the record. You may then address the city council. When the light changes from green to amber, means you have 30 seconds remaining. At the end of your allotted time, man, we had too much discussion on 30 days. At the end of your allotted time, the timer will ring in 30 seconds, not 30 days. All right, Mr. Harmon, it's on you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. The first public hearing we have is a proposed text amendment regarding gasoline sales. The applicant in this case is Harris Teeter Properties. However, they just happen to be the applicants bringing this issue up. Remember that this would be a citywide change to our ordinance, so it would go forward citywide. So the proposed text amendment is to delete the minimum lot width required for uses that include retail sales of gasoline and other automotive fuels. In summary, an amendment in order to redevelop an existing lot in front of the shopping center for a fueling station is what brought this up, the old Applebee's building. Harris Teeter, as you may know, has their own gasoline sales at some of their stores now, and they're looking to put some pumps out there in a little building similar to what you'd see at other Harris Teeter locations. By amending the ordinance, we feel that the developers will have greater flexibility when redeveloping some existing sites like this. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval of this item. Currently, as far as gasoline sales go, the lots have to have, if you're on a corner lot, you have to have at least 30,000 square feet of property and at least 200 feet of road frontage on each street side. If you're not on a corner, then it's 1,500 square feet and at least 150 feet of road frontage. What the proposal is to take out both for corner lots and non-corner lot gasoline sales, those road frontage requirements. And so you would just have the lot size requirements left. And this is just a visual to kind of give you an idea. This is what Harris Teeter is actually proposing. In the aerial underneath, you can see the old Applebee's restaurant. And then the drawing over top of it, you can see how the gasoline sales would be brought into that area. And, they seem to have plenty of room on the property to be able to do that. They just can't meet that 200 feet of road frontage on one side. When we first started looking at this issue, we also looked at some of our peer communities. We couldn't find any of those that had a requirement for that minimum street frontage. And also, as we started looking at this, I took a drive out, to this site, and then about the 5 closest gas stations to this area that were pre-UDO. This was before the UDO, this was not a standard of the city. And of those 5 gas stations closest to this area, if they were built before the UDO, they couldn't meet this standard. So what this standard does is basically make smaller gas stations impossible on corners. You have to do a bigger gas station. And we do have quite a few, smaller gas stations around town, and most are located on corners. Again, our recommendation and the Planning Commission's recommendation is for adoption of the proposed amendment, if you have any questions.
Yes, sir, there are a couple. Councilman Culleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any ability for the developer, or in this case, Harris Teeter Properties, to accomplish this on an individual basis by the city without doing an overall change to EO, or example, like a special use or a variance type of a?
Not in this case, and when we looked at this, when they brought it forward to us, we actually thought that this was a good case for possibly changing it citywide, that it didn't seem to be something that, changing that citywide would not have a real big effect on the city as far as where gas stations would be able to go.
Okay, and is this just for above ground propane tanks like here, or would this include all gas stations, underground storage tanks, etc.?
Yeah, all gasoline sales or other fuel sales of that nature.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Waddell?
Thank you. Councilmember Collison hit on one of my questions, which is, why is this a UDO change and not a special use? And then my other question is, how will the widening of Rayford Road potentially affect this particular development?
This particular one, if you look at the drawing here, they've already got the right-of-way for that set aside, and so it actually does go through part of the old parking lot for Applebee's, but the Harris Teeter Gas has taken that into account, and so they'll be outside of the new Rayford Road widening.
Last part of my question, this is only about, explain this UDO change, because all of the other UDO changes the proposals that have come before us, we've had enough time to really process them and talk through them. So give just a little background on how this will impact this particular location, this change, in terms of setback buffers and, all of that. Kind of run through that a little bit.
Well, and again, it can already meet the setbacks and the buffering, which it's required to do. It's just that there's this one requirement in that language that requires, because it's on the corner lot, that both here and here both have to be at least 200 feet of road frontage, which again does narrow the flexibility for developers a bit, and it doesn't allow for smaller gas stations. You're looking to get 200 feet on both sides, you're probably going to have a larger station coming in somewhere.
Councilman Waddell, were you good? Okay. Did have a question for you. The 200 feet of road footage, you said that when you looked at other cities, you couldn't find anyone else that had that?
It had that same type of requirement where they had to have a certain amount of road frontage. Now, they might have, like we do, where we require at least 30,000 square feet in the lot, but not that you had to have, say, 200 feet.
All of it on the front.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, okay. Councilman Dawkins?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things, Greg, thank you. So otherwise, I think what Councilmember Colton talked about, special use permit. So now by recommending a change to the UDO, they don't have to get a special use permit, or that doesn't apply in this case?
It doesn't apply in this case. It would be a permitted use on that property. It's just that that particular corner lot does not have 200 feet of road frontage on both pieces of road frontage.
Thank you.
All right. Councilman Wright, and then Council, we typically ask our questions after, but Councilman Wright, and I think that'll cover everyone.
Yes. The change to the UDO would allow other businesses to come in and do this without coming back to the city.
Correct.
So my suggestion I wouldn't really want to do a change to the UDO, but each project is individual. So you would bring those projects back because it could be in a different type of setup. And I think that, and you don't usually have this type of situation. It's rare. Is that right?
Well, yeah, actually, yeah, this is just for gas sales.
Mm-hmm.
But two, like I was saying a while ago, in looking at the stations in the immediate vicinity of this particular area, all of the ones that were done before the UDO would not qualify under this standard. They don't have, all the corner ones don't have 200 feet on
Right.
both sides.
But you mentioned smaller stations versus the larger stations, so you're giving an opportunity for smaller stations to go in business versus, okay. All right, thank you.
All right, I think we've covered all our questions, so with that, we will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, please call your first speaker.
Mayor, there are no speakers for this item.
All right. With that, we will close the public hearing. All right, Councilman Dawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make a motion to approve the recommendation from staff to amend the section 30-4C.4.I.7.B of the Unified Development Ordinance to delete the minimum lot width requirement for uses that include the retail sales of gasoline and other automotive fuels.
All right, as a motion by Councilmember Dawkins now, the amendment to the ordinance was just to delete the part about the 200-foot road footage, or is this also remove the 30,000 down to a lesser, repeat that motion there, Councilman Dawkins.
Before I do that, Mr. Freeman is up here. Do you have guidance on,
He was up here for the next item.
Oh, all right. Well, Mr. Mayor, my motion is to approve an amendment to the section of the UDO to delete the minimum lot width requirements for uses that include the retail sales of gasoline and other automotive fuels.
Gotcha. As a motion by Councilmember Dawkins, is there a second by Councilmember Waddell? Is that your like? All right. Any discussion on the motion? All right. Councilman Chris, is that a vote or discussion?
Yeah, I want to make a statement. I think it's time to amend that portion of it because realistically, when you drive around this city, very few businesses can afford to waste 200 feet from the street on whatever side. Okay? That doesn't make any sense. All right? And 98% of your gas stations that were built before this UDO don't have 200 feet in front of them on the side of them either. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on the Dawkins-Waddell motion? All right. Look to you for your votes. Madam Clerk, that is 8-1. Those voting in favor: Councilman Crisp, Cullington, Wright, Colvin, Moan, Dawkins and Waddell, Jensen, Dawkins and Waddell. Voting in opposition, Councilman Hare. All right, motion carries. Item 7.02, Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Taurus Freeman, Planning and Zoning Divisional Manager. Tonight, we will be hearing our last 6 text amendments that was heard by our Planning Commission on July 26th of 2019. These text amendments are all recommendations from the UDO Task Force, which was an ad hoc committee that was appointed by the mayor. They actually operated for over a year's time, and they have recommended amendments to a total of 28 text amendments for our ordinance. This presentation will be divided into actually 2 different parts. One, we'll be looking at the pathways and sidewalks, and 2, we'll be looking at the non-conforming lots and sites. I will be joined today by Byron Reeves, who is our engineering specialist, David Steinmetz, who is our chief zoning administrator, and Chester Green, our planner for our development services department. Now, these are all just one public hearing. However, you'll have separate options for each individual item that you can vote at the conclusion of the public hearing. Next, we have pathways and sidewalks. Our first request is an amendment to section 35A 11F, pedestrian pathways. In summarization, is to eliminate the pathways for commercial developments with 200 or more parking spaces. These parking spaces actually provide pedestrians with a travel corridor, and it provides them with safe access along within parking lots itself. If you look here, this illustration exactly shows the internal pathways here of a development, which is located here in the green. 9 times out of 10, these are actually shown with landscaping provided. And such examples, within the past 5 years, we've only had probably 2 developments, the Walmart near the airport, as well as Freedom Town Center, that actually came in and had these pedestrian pathways. This is an illustration of the Walmart here by the airport. As you can see here, here are the sidewalks that leads up into each building. And this is the current code. And what the task force is actually recommended was to eliminate these pedestrian pathways. Now, the Planning Commission heard this request, and they actually recommended to remand back to staff for further review and discussion at the City Council work session. And there you have your 4 different items for this item.
Okay, so I guess we'll get them one at a time and, okay, yeah, so we need to open up the public hearing. I have 2 lights, we'll get those and then we'll open up the public hearing. Councilmember Jensen, did you have a question?
Yes, sir. When you were showing the pictures here, you were talking about Freedom Town Center.
That's correct.
And so it's my understanding is the reason why Freedom Town Center parking lot is the way it is because of our UDO?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, Councilman Hare?
Thank you, Mayor. Once I found out the location, because when we had our little independent meetings, I asked the locations of where some of these are presently in the city, these walkways, and it happened to be the exact one that I set out in the parking lot for over an hour, and nowhere did I see citizens walking down the sidewalk pathways. I didn't really see the big use of it unless we're going to do some type of history lesson to everyone, what they're there for and what to use. I stayed out there and I looked at a lot of our seniors, older folk. I didn't see anyone walking down the pathway to the vehicle. I just think that it's just an additional expense that I didn't see any use for at that time.
All right, council, we will take the time to open the public hearing, and then Mr. Freeman, don't get too far. I'm sure there'll be more questions. All right, at this time, we'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, please call your first speaker.
Yes, sir, we have 3 items. Our first speaker is Mr. Ralph Huff.
Good evening, sir.
Ralph Huff, 606 Forest Lake Road. The good news is I'm not going to get up here 6 times. So, Mayor Colvin, Council, I'm speaking in favor of all of these text amendments. I want to thank Mayor Colvin for putting this together. I want to thank Councilman Chris for a meeting I had with the 2 of you 3 years ago. I want to thank the members of the task force who have met on this 700-page UDO document for 2 years. Countless hours. That included Councilman Hare and Councilman Dawkins in many of those meetings. I ask tonight that you act on these recommendations. How many times are you going to kick this can down the road? 40% of this council changes next week. Is that fair to the people that were served on this committee? Is it fair to the council members that took their hours to go to these meetings, is it fair to all these people here tonight that are here to support it, to kick it down the road to people who they don't know the UDO from the UPS? So please don't kick it down the road. This is a property rights issue. The two things that they really just don't want to ever pass are the lot adjustment sizes. That is a property right issue. It's not a developer's issue. It doesn't matter to me. If I can't make it work, I'm going to go on down the road. But the guy that's got that lot on the corner that needs to sell it in order to redevelop it, in order to keep it from being a tobacco shop or a doggone used car lot, it is a property rights issue to that person. If you ride down Rayford Road, just like the example we've talked about already, they're going to take 30 feet. They're only going to take 3 feet, but then they're going to take 26 feet in an easement that they don't tell you they really own it, but they own it, and they can do anything they want to with it. So they're taking 30 feet. Half the businesses on Rayford Road from Highland Country Club to 71st, half of their parking is going to go away with this widening. And when your parking goes away, the utility of the building goes away to the point where you may have to bulldoze it. And when you bulldoze it and you rebuild it, you can't do that if you have to go by everything that's in the UDO. It's as simple as that. And I beg you, please, it is a property rights issue. It's not something, you're not doing something for the developers when you choose to act tonight instead of kicking it down the road. The planning staff has had these recommendations since last summer. Councilman Hare doesn't want it kicked back to his committee. He's ready for you to vote. And I ask you to do that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, our next speaker is Miss Lori Epler.
Good evening, council members. Councilman Crisp, Councilman Colleton, Mr. Art, who isn't here. And Mayor Pro Tem Munn, I just want to take a moment and thank you for your service to the city of Fayetteville. We will miss you. In regards to this one thing that staff didn't tell you in their report, I'm going to tell you a little bit about these pedestrian pathways that you may not know. Aside from the fact that they are very, very seldom used, I think all of us can agree when we go to Freedom Town Center or when we go to BJ's and we park our car, we get out of our car and we look for the door and we walk straight to it. That's how we all do it. These pedestrian pathways, unless we happen to park beside one of them, are useless. But there's some things about these that I think you need to know. Every one of them has to be ADA accessible. That's difficult to achieve whenever we have different elevations in a parking lot. You have to have ramps with truncated domes at every change in elevation. They have to be engineered so as to accommodate positive drainage into the stormwater system. That is a challenge. The limit of 4 bays between them often requires multiple pathways through parking lots. The task force felt they're seldom used and not convenient for patrons. These pathways create additional impervious area on sites, creating more stormwater runoff, and a reduction or elimination would reduce paving and concrete cost. And my last question, when was the last time we heard in the town of Fayetteville of somebody being hit walking through a parking lot? I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Ms. Epler. Madam Clerk.
Sir, our last speaker is Miss Christine Michaels.
Hello.
Good evening. Christine Michaels, Greater Fayetteville Chamber, and I did serve on the UDO Task Force. I'm commenting more in general about our recommendations and encouraging you to really consider what the task force came up with. We did spend a year going over these documents. We had many discussions with staff on possible tweaks to certain areas, and we produced what we thought was the best work we possibly could do. And what I want to encourage you to do is to recognize the spirit of what we were trying to achieve. We were trying to create economic development. We do not want to preserve blight. And that, from your discussions of some of these lots already this evening that we've sat through, that is happening. And any challenge or roadblock that we put forward to a property owner in redeveloping a property is going to just keep that blight there. We want to make it possible that these small parcels, especially as Ralph said, you're not talking about a big developer that's usually interested in these tiny, tiny lots. You're talking about somebody maybe who has lost some of their lot because of DOT work or some other circumstances beyond their control. And it's hard for them to meet these regulations to bring that property up. I think you still have opportunities to control what happens on those sites and to work with the property owner during the process. But what we are trying to do for lots of 1 acre or less is reduce these requirements or apportion them to the size of the lot to make it more affordable and more feasible for them to do these improvements. So again, in the spirit of a small business, and we have Shop Small Saturday coming up this Saturday, I just want to encourage you to think about the impacts on, in particular, some of these amendments and move forward with the UDO Task Force recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michaels.
Mayor, there's no further speakers.
So let me ask you a question, Madam Clerk. Are there any more speakers for any of these items, or that was it?
That was it.
Okay, all right, so we'll close the public hearing, and I guess that we can continue to address these individually. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have to open and close the public hearing each time. Ma'am?
The folks that signed in said that it wasn't clear to them that way. They thought they could address each one.
All right. Well, I know each speaker's given 3 minutes. Were there some folks that were not able to sign up that had some questions about something other than what we're dealing with? We're going to deal with all the items. We just wanted to get all the speakers at once.
There was one sign-up sheet. Right. We were under the impression that as each one of them were heard, we would be called up to speak on each amendment.
Okay. Were there any different speakers? Because if what you were saying, that you all had comments on various points of it. Yes. All right. Well, we'll stick to that just for the sake of if there was any confusion. So I guess we'll go back and do that. Yes, sir.
I got a procedural question for the city management team, either the manager or the attorney. We have one agenda item that consists of 6 topics. When we have a public hearing on an agenda item, whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4 amendments to anything, each speaker gets 3 minutes for the entire agenda item, not 3 minutes per item within the agenda item. Would that be correct? Or you have an agenda item, I'm just going off of historical stuff here, 7.02, public hearing on the 6 proposed amendments. People sign up for the 6 proposed amendments.
For 7.02.
Yeah, for 7.02, and they would get 3 minutes to speak on all 6. You know, not individually 18 minutes, but 3 minutes. Is that how we normally do our public hearings?
That is correct, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so I understand what he's saying, so that we would not go each item and add 3 minutes per discussion for that. Yeah, that could become a little bit encumbersome. So the public hearing discussions were for item 7.02, all inclusive. What I will do, council, just in the sake of fairness, any of those three speakers we can add an additional minute to your comments, which is unusual. But if you have something to say that you can wrap up, I know you've used your 3 minutes, but I can fairly see giving another 3 minutes versus 18 minutes per speaker. So, Mr. Freeman, we'll pick the clock up at a minute and allow any who have additional comments for anything under 7.02, 1 minute to say anything. Sir? No. This is for public discussion. Mm-hmm. Right.
Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If we handle this as we did some of the prior items where we also had one public hearing but had several items, it may be beneficial if you choose to allow staff to do the remaining presentations in its entirety, and then since you only had 3 speakers, instead of everybody having 18 minutes, you could allow them to come back and speak to some. Mrs. Michaels actually spoke to an item, I think that's later, or one of the other items, and so that probably would that be sufficient for the speakers? That might be a compromise you wish to consider.
All right, I think that's good. I just was looking at it as a lot of information to have him go through these 6 items, and it would probably generate several questions. But we'll move forward with whatever prudent. We can put the minute extension on the back end of the staff work. I'm fine with that if council's okay with it, and we can keep moving. So, Mr. Freeman, just go through the items. We'll add an additional minute for anyone that has signed up to speak for additional minute.
Our next item is TA 1941. This is the request for Section 35C3B sidewalks. This would allow internal and public sidewalks within right-of-ways or public easements to be installed by the developers to be counted towards the usable open space. Now, all usable open space, at least 50% of that has to be dedicated for active or passive recreational facilities. Now, everything within the right-of-way are actually publicly maintained, so therefore all sidewalks are publicly maintained. Sidewalks are required by our UDO to be located within the right-of-way and along both sides of the roadway. Here we have the proposed amendment from the UDO task force and staff. What the task force is requesting, once again, is to allow sidewalks to be counted as part of the open space. Now, currently, we already have several different facilities that is allowed to be counted as open space, which are tennis courts, swimming pools, clubhouses, athletic fields, basketball courts, playgrounds, etc. Now, those items right there, those are actually counted as open space now. And those are all on private properties. The Planning Commission recommended to allow internal and public sidewalks within the right-of-ways and public easements to be counted towards the open space. Now, on option 2, staff actually had an alternative option which would allow internal sidewalks to be counted as open space, but to exclude public sidewalks to be counted. Our next item is TA 1942. This deals with Section 35C3C2, not to be counted as open space. Once again, this deals with sidewalks. This will allow landscaping to be counted as open space, as well as allow sidewalks and multi-use trails to be counted towards open space as well. According to the code, there are 7 different exceptions for things to be not counted towards open space. Now, what you see here on the left-hand side are those 7 items, such as land having no significance to the design or the site, public yards not subject to an open space or conservation easement, parking areas, and driveways. Here, on the right-hand side, you'll see that item 2 actually is taken out, which would allow landscaping, which is internally inside a development, to be counted as open space. And then here, to accept sidewalks and multi-use trails, which will also allow those to be counted towards the open space requirements. We have an illustration of a site plan. Here you see you have the public right-of-ways to the south and to the west, and you see the sidewalks here. Now internally in the orange, you have internal sidewalks. Now those right there is what the UDO task force wants to be included as part of the open space requirements. Now those are typically, pathways or walkways that allows pedestrians to visit each site. And typically in most communities, those are never counted as open space, but this is something that the task force recommends. The Planning Commission heard this request and they agree with the task force to allow landscaping to be counted as open space, as well as allow sidewalks and multi-use trails to be counted towards that as well. Staff did come up with an alternative recommendation to this, which is option number 2, which is to retain subsection 2, and to only allow internal sidewalks to be counted as open space. Our last item in pathways and sidewalks is TA 1946. This is a request for section 35F9D dealing with sidewalks and performance guarantees. This will actually amend the section to include performance guarantees, and performance guarantees are actually surety bonds or collateral deposits issued for satisfaction of completion of a project by a contractor. The developer is to provide a single bond for all homes to be developed in a subdivision. The UDO task force changed what would be required for each individual builder to provide a bond for each individual home as it is built. We now have a member of our Public Services Department who actually did a review of this, and he'll be performing his analysis.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the residential subdivision sidewalk bonds. Briefly, I'm going to discuss the proposed text amendment, the current sidewalk performance guarantee process, some existing challenges that we face, also do a comparison with peer cities, and then go over your options. So the current regulation is actually under 30-6, that's for performance guarantees. And in short, if you don't build something before the plat's approved, you must bond it, and that includes sidewalks. The proposed regulation from the UDO task force is here. Paragraph A discusses buildable residential lots, the sidewalks for buildable residential lots. They tie it to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, so there would be no bond. It would be tied to the CO of the individual home. Paragraph B discusses the non-buildable lots, that if it wasn't built before the plat was approved, that it would be bonded. So that's similar to 30-6 as it currently is. Just a little process here. A subdivision will receive an infrastructure permit. Once they have that infrastructure permit, the construction within the subdivision will begin. That includes the grading, the installation of the water, the sewer, and the storm infrastructure, and the building of the roads. Then they would provide a performance security for all of the sidewalk within the subdivision, and then the plat's recorded. Once the plat's recorded, the lots are sold and the home are then constructed. So this is just kind of a visual of the condition at the time of a plat approval. The picture on your left is just a street level view. You can see the roads there, curb and gutter. You see some catch basins, street lights. You can assume the water and sewer is also in. The picture on the right is just an aerial of what the subdivision looks like at the time of a plat approval. Currently, the city's process, we bond at 75% of the estimated construction costs. If you have $100,000 worth of sidewalk estimated in your subdivision, then you have to put up a surety bond, a cash bond, or a letter of credit for 75% of that. That bond is required prior to the plat being recorded. After the plat's recorded, the homes are constructed. Typically, the sidewalk is constructed by the individual home builders and not the developer who takes the bond out. And then ultimately, the bond is fully released upon complete built out of the subdivision. We do have some challenges. It takes years for the sidewalk to be constructed within a subdivision. Again, the developer typically secures the bond and the home builder typically constructs the sidewalk. So you have no guarantee of continuous sidewalk throughout the construction of the subdivision. Currently, the city is maintaining 24 sidewalk bonds. 15 of those bonds are in excess of 2 years old. Of those 15, 5 are in excess of 4 years old. Some more challenges, there's gaps that exist while construction takes place, so this reduces the pedestrian connectivity. The picture on the left, you can see a construction of a home. There's no sidewalk there, and then the area where you have gaps present. And these gaps can stay present until the home is built. You also have areas where sidewalk was not constructed per the approved subdivision plans. If you look in this cul-de-sac, there's no sidewalk. There should be. So these corrective measures can be costly and a nuisance to the people who already live at the homes. We then did a peer comparison with what other cities do for performance guarantees for infrastructure in a subdivision. As you can see, we only require 75% of the estimated cost. All other peer cities are at least at 100%. Several other are at 125 to 150, and that's to account for inflation and administrative costs that may occur if the bond is ever drawn upon. The city has a 2-year term with the ability for 2 one-year extensions, so all the sidewalks should be built within 4 years. As you can see, the terms and extensions kind of vary between different municipalities, but then you look at the reduction ability. The city actually allows for the reduction of a bond up to 50%. So whether you build 50% of the sidewalk or 99% of the sidewalk, we're going to reduce that bond by 50% once you request it. Asheville has no reduction ability. Durham has no reduction ability. Greensboro does it as approved. If you have 80% of your sidewalk built, you get 80% of your bond back. Raleigh has no reduction ability, and Wilmington has none. And then, as you see, Winston-Salem does a one-time. So whether you do 50 or 75%, you can have your bond reduced one time. I think it's interesting to note the city of Raleigh also requires a 15% surety bond for a warranty of a 1-year period after the sidewalk is installed to make sure that the sidewalk is still intact a year after construction. Winston-Salem actually does not accept the streets until everything in the subdivision is built. So all the houses, all the sidewalk, and then they accept the streets within the subdivision. So the proposed text amendment from the UDO task force would basically allow for subdivision plat approval with no performance guarantee for the required public improvement from the developer. As you can see, we have bonds now and have challenges of getting this sidewalk put in. It also requires a sidewalk to be installed on buildable lots prior to a certificate of occupancy. There's no clear legal authority that we can withhold a CO for a residential building if there's no sidewalk built. The Planning Commission recommendation, however, was to construct the proposed sidewalk prior to the approval of the final plat. So you have all the proposed sidewalk is constructed. You have pedestrian connectivity, ADA compliance throughout the subdivision while it's being built out. You get a uniform inspection of the sidewalk, and it eliminates the need for the performance security. It also eliminates the potential for the sidewalk to be tied to the CO. But there are drawbacks to this. When the subdivision is platted, you don't know where the driveways are located, so that sidewalk would be cut to put the driveways in. There's also potential cuts in the sidewalk for utility service connections. There could also be damage to the sidewalks during home construction, as well as continual sidewalk maintenance during construction. Another option is you could deny the proposed ordinance altogether. The current process would stay in place. Staff would apply proper enforcement of the current UDO. We would enforce proper terms of the performance guarantees, as well as the application of the default and forfeiture provisions of the performance guarantees. If the sidewalk's not getting built, then the city would go in and build it. Or you could remand it back to staff to do some additional investigation, whether we revisit the city requirements on performance securities to come in line with other peer cities as far as the bond amounts and terms. We could also examine processes to ensure that the broken sidewalk is fixed. We could also explore warranty sureties for the sidewalks, or we could also revisit the city's subdivision acceptance process as a whole. So above are the options and recommendations. Oh, I'm Byron Reeves. I'm with the Engineering Division in the Public Services Department.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Our last section deals with non-conforming lots and sites. Now, these are two separate requests, but they're closely related because both of them deals with 2 acres or less, as recommended by the task force. Now, when we're talking about lots, we're talking about lots that are not non-conforming lots that are not being large enough to meet city standards. A lot of times they don't have the amount of road frontage. Sometimes they're totally just not wide enough. Now, when we talk about non-conforming sites, and that's due to the absence of any upgrades of the property, such as landscaping, buffering, and parking requirements. Here you have a map which shows 2 acres or less parcels within our city. Now, not all of these are non-conforming lots or sites, but these are just give you an example exactly what we're talking about. As you can see, right here, there's over 5,000 parcels that we have identified that are non-residential, that are located predominantly along our major corridors. Now, once again, not all of these are non-conforming sites or lots. Now, TA 1937, which deals with section 35B2A, deals with non-conforming lots for landscape and tree protection. Now, the UDO task force actually recommended to exclude non-conforming lots of 2 acres or less from the landscaping standards. Here we have the current code, and on the right-hand side, we have the exception of 2 lots, 2 acres or less. The Planning Commission recommended to remand this item back to staff for further review and discussion, which will be done at a City Council work session. Now, this item is very similar to the next item because they both have the same recommendations from our Planning Commission. And we'll have David Steinmetz, who will do TA 1957.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Dave Steinmetz, Chief Zoning Administrator. As Char said, this is TA 1957, Section 30-7F, dealing with non-conforming sites. Again, the difference between a site and a lot. Lot is non-conforming because it's not big enough. Site is non-conforming because it was constructed typically prior to the UDO and it doesn't have the required upgrades such as landscaping, things of that nature. This part is basically broken into 3 sections when you're dealing with non-conformities, people doing interior, exterior remodeling, building of structures, additions and expansions, and change of use. Current code allows maximum extent practical, and for constrained sites due to limited size or topography, we have a little bit of flexibility. It allows us to work with the applicant so that they can meet the intent of the code. Proposed code is going to be dealing with focusing a lot on protecting the residential and then curb appeal. A lot of landscaping options that the applicant would have to choose from when they're renovating their property. I believe you have this matrix in your packet that explains when things are triggered, requirements, things of that nature, based on the size of the location being renovated. Again, you're dealing with the size of the lot and what triggers certain aspects of the code or certain requirements. And the planning staff did recommend remanding this back to staff for further review and discussion at a city council work session. And there are all your text amendments that were proposed tonight.
All right, thank you, sir. Council, we need to take just maybe a 10-minute bathroom recess, going right on 2 hours. So let's recess for 10 minutes. Maybe you can leave this posted so they can read that at home. So we'll take a 10-minute break. All right, council, we will call our meeting back to order. Went over 10-minute mark a little bit, but we were trying to get a few things reconciled on these this particular proposal we were dealing with. So, Mr. Freeman, pick up where we left off. I know you were headed to non-conforming lots. Is that correct?
We have completed our presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. All right. So at this time, we will allow those who had spoken an additional 1 minute, as we discussed, to speak on any of the items that were presented tonight.
I'm the only one, Mayor. We're gonna spare you. First of all, I would like anyone in the audience who is here tonight to support the approval of these recommendations of the task force to please stand. Thank you. Mr. Mayor and Council, our task force did what you asked us to do. You asked us to come here and work and give our time, give our thought into the process to make the city of Fayetteville better and easier, to make it a better place. That's what we did. These are the last of items that we have been working on for 18 months. And a lot of work went into it. Just comments on a few of these. I won't comment on all of them. As to the sidewalks being counted toward open space, sidewalks in our developments fit the definition of open space as it is in the UDO. Everything about them fits the open space definition. As to the nonconformities, I think that pretty much speaks for itself. We've all had that conversation. And it's very important for these smaller lots that are being created every day by the Department of Transportation. They are going to stay just like they are unless we incentivize these property owners to redevelop them and rehab them. And I think that's it. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Waddell, did you have? Yeah. At this time, we'll close the public hearing. Now, Councilmember Waddell.
Thank you, Mayor Colvin. The item about, I think it's TA 19-042. I'm reading, and it says, according to the UDO, open space land is suitable for passive recreation, gardens, landscaping, et cetera, et cetera. So I looked up, because the consideration to utilize sidewalks, I wanted to understand what passive recreation is. And some of the examples, when I looked at EPA.gov, were hunting, camping, hiking, wildlife viewing, observing, and photographing nature, picnicking, walking, bird watching, a lot of outdoor kind of, and I'm trying to figure out how sidewalks fall into the explanation of open space. I mean, I know you can walk on sidewalks, but that seems like it almost seems like a real stretch in terms of public space. And if I recall correctly, at some point, quite some time ago when this first came into existence, the open space requirement, there was a conversation about private pools, and they were excluded, but now they're included. And I just wonder if this is going in the direction of really creating open space, or if it's going in the opposite direction. And I'd just like some clarification on how sidewalks fall into the metric for open space.
Sidewalks do not actually fall into the metric of open space. Now, you can have multi-use trails that could possibly fall into that. However, sidewalks that are within the right-of-way is the requirement of the UDO itself.
So am I understanding this request properly? That the request is to include sidewalks as a part of meeting the requirement for open space?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that is sidewalks that are within the public right-of-ways.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Colton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 6 items, and it seems that we'll probably all have discussion on each one. Would it be better if we took one item at a time so we don't lose track of what we're discussing?
That'd be great.
No, the council members were asking various questions because we took the presentations all together. You know, initially, the plan was to take a presentation, take questions, another presentation, take questions, but kind of the consensus was to allow them to give the full presentation, which I knew there would be a mirage of questions following. So we'll just have to keep track of it. Now, our items, our action items will be individual, so we can,
I would recommend for our sanity.
Yeah.
That we stick with, and since we started with sidewalks.
We'll
and
finish
Mrs.
that
Liddell,
one and check it out.
Let's
Okay.
finish the conversation on sidewalks.
And at the end of that, let's make a motion to approve or disapprove.
I would agree with that.
All right. Okay. So
Individual votes.
let me reset the lights. Okay, and you all will hit your lights again if you have questions regarding
And then I'll follow up
sidewalks and
my
open space.
comments after that.
All right, Councilman Wright, is yours regarding sidewalks, open space?
Right.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay,
Well, I'm not done with.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
still- I'm sorry, not to cut you off, but I wanted to first lay the ground rules, and then I do have comments on the sidewalks. Okay.
Please
Right
proceed
ahead.
with your
All right,
comments.
thank you. You know, the developer's paying for these sidewalks. If we're going to require the developer to pay for sidewalks that we all want, being the least walkable city in the United States, I think still, then we should maybe give some credence to the fact that this can be included as part of their open space, as that's a cost involved. We want the city to be walkable, and we want it developed, and we want to spur that development. And so I just think we need to think about that. We want development. We want development that produces pedestrian-friendly development, and if we're having them pay for that, then perhaps that should be included in that, because it's cost involved in open space, development, whatever it may be. What is an open space? We're trying to give open space for quality of life. I don't know if there's a better quality of life than sidewalks. Now, the question would be internal versus external sidewalks. When we're talking about that, I think that internal, in my mind, certainly meets that requirement. External, I think, should also be included if they're going to be footing that bill for the city, which is, 20-some million that we're looking at, if we foot that bill to do sidewalks, that we're trying to shift that. So, now if we want to talk about what that looks like, personally, I could get on board with that, giving them credit for both internal and external sidewalks as part of open space, but maybe require a greenway or a separation as opposed to an extended curb and gutter sidewalk on external right-of-ways, and have a green space that separates that. Maybe we could put that in there as a way to aesthetically improve that open space that they may be credited for. So
So maybe, Councilman, you can propose that at the conclusion of it as a
Very good.
compromise.
But that's all my comments on the sidewalks.
All right. Staff, before we go to the next question, what is the difference between TA 1941, which says sidewalks and open space, and TA 1942, that says sidewalks and open space? You may want to list that on the monitor so that this can be followed.
So TA 1941 would allow all internal and public sidewalks within the right-of-way and/or public easements installed by the developer to be counted as open space.
Okay.
Now, 42 is to allow landscaping to be counted as open space, which is C2, and C4 is to allow sidewalks and multi-use trails to be counted towards the open space. So all of them are closely related. All these two code text amendments are closely related.
So multi-use trails, sidewalks, and landscaping between the two of these ordinances will be counted toward the 5% open space requirement.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you get a peer comparison of what other places are doing regarding?
We looked at some peer cities regarding public sidewalks within the right of way. No other city actually does sidewalks as part of the open space.
Do other cities require the builder, the developer, to put the sidewalk in the first place, or
Yes.
do they do it?
That is correct.
So the cities put the onus on the
builder,
developer versus
on the
themselves.
developers.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, Councilman Wright.
Yes. I'm trying to picture in my mind external, internal sidewalks. And so when you are lane sidewalks, external, meaning these sidewalks are developed next to the right-of-way or the road.
They're within the right of way, sir.
Within the right-of-way.
Yes, sir.
Outside of the right when you step off of the sidewalk on the right-of-way, that particular grass or land, that's internal from there. And that land, 6 feet out is, 6 feet into the right-of-way is owned by the city. Is that correct?
Well, the right of ways actually varies, but if you look at the illustration here that I have up, as you see, what's located in red is actually the external sidewalks. Those
Right.
are located within the public right of ways.
Okay.
Now, the ones that are in the yellows, those are internal sideways that are located within the development itself.
Okay. Okay, and you know, we're looking at open space normally would be recreational space. That's where I look when I say open space, and I can understand that, you know, this request really would save the developer money in using these sidewalks internally as open space. I don't have a problem with that. But there are some things that's kind of stretching when you're talking about multi-use trailers. You said outdoor storage buildings? Is that, I heard,
So there
what is this outdoor storage buildings, this open space?
there are certain things within the code, if you see what's in the orange right there, to be counted as open space, we have numerous facilities that can be counted towards open space. Tennis courts, swimming pools, clubhouses, athletic fields, basketball courts, playgrounds, all those things count towards open space. So we've already allowing the developer to assess things that they're putting in the development to be counted towards that requirement.
Okay. All right, I just need you to understand that, and that's fine. Now, is this taken away from just green space, recreational space? As we look down the road, as these, you know, as they develop these different entities, how would that look as far as green space and developing? Will they take away or add to?
Green space and open space kind of can go hand in hand with each other. Green space is more likely it's not touched, so therefore it's just total in its natural vegetated state. Whereas when you talk about open space and you talk about passive or active open space, now we're talking about some type of form of something that has asphalt, concrete, whatever it may be, but now it's totally different from just straight green space.
Okay. All right, and then my last question, Mr. Mayor, he talked about the 75% bonds, and these bonds were, well, is that something separate? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll get back to it. Thank you. That was my last question. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Crisp, and then Jensen in here.
Put the options up for 41, the council options for 41. Okay. Now I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at your piece of paper that said approve it. I guess that means staff, the UDO committee, staff and planning is recommending approving, right there, adopt the proposed ordinance amendment, planning commission's recommendation, okay, or adopt an alternate order as proposed by staff to allow internal sidewalks to be counted as open space, but exclude public sidewalks as open space. We're gonna be here till tomorrow morning, Mr. Mayor. Because, I mean, you know, we've sent people out to do the work here, and even the planning commission and all, and planning commission is there telling us to approve it. We need to get on with this. We're gonna be here all day, all night. We'll go to breakfast together and come back, unless we get busy with dealing with these options and recommendations. We can talk about these things all night long, but we need to get on with either approving or disapproving these things. And you know, when you got a planning commission and you got a UDO committee that says do this, and then you've got these options here. We need to pick one out of 5 and move on. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Jensen, Councilwoman Jensen, and then Hare.
With that being said, I'm going to say nothing.
Okay, Councilman Hare.
No, sir, I'm gonna
All right.
lean to my council member. We're ready to vote.
I see another light.
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right. All right, this pertains to first item, sir.
Yeah, we're gonna start at 36.
41.
We just got through discussing 41, so let's start with that, but we have to cover 46.
We discussed 41 and 42 combined.
Yep.
And so I'm going to make a motion that we approve item 41 and 42, or TA item 41 and 42, as the UDO task force recommended.
Second.
Second.
As a motion by Councilman Culleton, as a second by Councilmember Wright to approve items 41 and 42. Any discussion on the motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Right. I do see the Planning Commission recommending approval like the UDO. And we fought over sidewalks since I've been on council elected in 07, 08. And the diagram you showed with internal versus external, those external in red, I would not vote to because it's along the public right-of-way thoroughfare. You'll bend a little for the yellow internal, but I think that's a great compromise because anytime there's a new development, you're going to put them sidewalks just like NCDOT is on Cliffdale Road at the 295 intersection. They have to follow it too. They're putting sidewalks in on Cliffdale Road that eventually will connect on the other side as more things develop in that farmer's field. So the exterior sidewalks, I would make that a compromise potentially for your consideration since you already made the motion to exclude the external but include the internal, because every square foot you take away by sidewalks means you don't have to have that playground. You don't have to have that tennis court. You don't have to have that picnic area. So it's a cumulative effect, and if it's outside the development, it doesn't have anything to do with green space or open space inside development. That's just my opinion.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, it's a friendly amendment. Is that accepted by you, sir, Councilman Culleton?
I'm going to keep my motion as is, although I respect Mayor Pro Tem's input on that. I am keeping as that is only because although I want green space, we all do, I think that I'd rather have sidewalks put in and allow them the ability to count that towards their open space. In order to have a viable neighborhood or development, they will likely include parks or trails over wetlands or retention pond type things that they're going to use up that space anyways. And I think it's more the city's prerogative or responsibility to provide that type of entertainment, not within necessarily our neighborhoods, but in the city itself for all public use. So I'm going to keep my motion as is.
So let me just clarify this, probably for Mr. Manager. As far as the public right-of-way that's on the main road, that's a requirement. So they would not, with this, have the option to put a swimming pool and not put the sidewalk in the public, in the red on here. Right now, that is a requirement that if you add a new development, that you have to put the sidewalk on the public right-of-way, correct?
Right. Well, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, the red is currently required and the yellow is currently required.
Okay.
The proposal in front of you is to say that you would count the yellow and the red toward the open space requirements that the developer already has to make.
Right.
And so that is the proposal, not only the proposal for the sidewalks, but also for the landscaping is the proposal.
Right. So the only thing that could foreseeably be reduced, because the red is required, if you made provisions to the yellow, is that that's less of the green space, open space, whatever your definition of that, because you're counting what's required in the red. toward that 5%. Is that correct?
Yeah, and looking at actually TA 1942, landscaping is not required for residential. So this is primarily commercial properties right here. 42 is primarily commercial properties. Landscaping requirements are not for residential.
Okay, you've got some of the people who spoke earlier. So what you're saying, Mr. Freeman, with certainty is that landscaping is not a requirement for residential, only.
Come here.
Which one's, is 42 the second one? See, the problem is.
Yeah, 42 is the second we heard.
Yeah. So, I mean, 41 and 42 go together. 42 includes landscaping and then sidewalks to make 41 work. Meaning if you approve 41 for sidewalks, you'd have to approve the half of 42 because otherwise the code would contradict each other. So 41 would allow all sidewalks to be counted as open space by the UDO committee. Staff recommends only internal, and not the public. 42 allows all sidewalks to be counted as open space. Staff, same recommendation, only internal, not the public. But 42 also allows all landscaping put in by a developer to count as open space. So if you put in a parking lot island, that's open space. If you put shrubs around your building, it's a landscape area, that would be open space.
So
Staff doesn't recommend that you approve, I mean, even if you wanted to approve the sidewalk part of it, because you approved the first one, the landscape part is a separate thing. I mean, open space is supposed to be green area. Do you guys consider a landscape island to be open space or a 5-foot shrub around the building to be open space?
So let me ask you a
there's
question,
two
sir.
parts to
What is
42.
is there a landscape requirement for residential construction?
There's a landscape requirement for street trees. So trees in front of each residential house.
So then the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But majority of your landscaping is commercial. I mean, that's a small.
But I'm not asking for,
Yes, that's
for
correct.
that. What I'm asking for is the ordinance require landscaping for residential.
Yes, just street trees.
Okay, all right. Okay, Council Member Waddell?
Thank you. So with open space and sidewalks are impervious surface generally, correct?
Correct.
And an open space would typically be considered a more pervious surface, correct? A permeable surface.
Yes.
I know I probably just made up a word. Okay, but
understand
here's,
what you're talking
but here's my question. When we're talking about a city with many stormwater issues and a lot of drainage issues, and a city that really needs to be considerate of how we handle water runoff, is it necessarily advisable to consider impervious surface open space when we have a need for open space? And I don't really want you to answer that question.
Okay.
Because I do understand it requires a lot of other consideration, but I just want to kind of put that out there for the general public so that as we move forward in this decision, it's something to kind of keep in mind is that we, and again, I go back to the explanation of what the document that we were provided states, which says, according to the UDO, open space is land suitable for passive recreation. And I just don't know that we recreate on sidewalks. I don't know that we recreate in center islands where trees are in the middle of a parking lot. That's all I have. Thank you.
So, quick question before I go to the next council member, because it's a lot of information, so I always like to check in, to raise some good points. But the open space can be also green space, which helps with stormwater runoff. But if you have a basketball court, for instance, it's considered open space, but it's not necessarily something that'll help the pervious, impervious, right? That's correct. But so has the council considered more green space, which I know we all agree we need that. It may be a pathway forward, but I just wanted to clear it up and make sure I'm understanding that open space and green space can be the same, but they don't necessarily have to be the same, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So, thank you, Councilman Waddell. So, Councilmember Moan? Okay. All right. Did we get Councilmember Hare?
I'm voting, sir.
All right. Okay, Jensen.
I didn't get there.
I got you, didn't
I got a question.
I can get you again.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
I pushed my light.
Yeah, I need your red button.
Push which button?
Red. There you go. I got you. It's you.
I didn't push the green button.
Okay,
after
can
the
you
motion
go back
was made. I
to
pushed it
open space and
All
what
right,
it
here's the
consists
question.
of?
Oh, am I on, Mr. Mayor?
No,
Look,
me.
this is your night. Wait a minute.
But if you want to go first, I'll hold. You want to go? You go.
Yes.
Put that map back up to show the red and the yellow. Okay, let me see if I'm straight here. Councilmember Culleton's motion was to approve this, including the red and the yellow.
Yes.
Councilmember Moore was suggesting not to approve the red because those are sidewalks normally constructed by NCDOT. Is that correct? That wasn't the object?
No, I used NCDOT as an example on 295, but inside the city limits, when things are developed, then the sidewalk are put on the right-of-ways. It's just that NCDOT does it also.
And Mayor Pro Tem Moan, his recommendation is actually what staff recommendation, which is option number 2.
You good? You good, sir?
I'm okay, Mr.
All right. Councilmember Jensen?
Okay, can you go back to open space? Okay, yeah, go back. Where it showed what it could be. Where it talked about, okay, right there. So what has got me interested in this is when it says facilities may include but are not limited to tennis courts, swimming pools, clubhouses, athletic fields, basketball courts, playgrounds, open play areas, community garden, roof gardens, green roofs, etc. So when we go back and we're talking about everything that happens, there is HOAs involved in this. And, who's going to take care of the swimming pools and the clubhouses and the athletic fields? And what we have come to find out, what I have learned in my tenure being here, is that sometimes HOAs go away. And these things go away because there's no one there to take care of them. So I will say that made me very comfortable in having sidewalks be part of the open space. Now, I do agree we need green. We always need green space. But I do think that a lot of this, we're asking for things that we cannot control. They might be nice in the beginning, but 5 years down the road, they might not.
So, Mr. Freeman, do we have a requirement for a percentage of green space for lots, commercial or residential?
We have a requirement for subdivision.
The requirements for open space doesn't specifically say green space. So whatever falls under, some of open space will be green space. In residential subdivisions, decent amount could be green space, but it could be pools or, any of the other options. Basketball courts, playgrounds.
Okay, all right, council, it's time to take action on this. There's a motion on the floor by Councilmember Culleton to approve 41 and 42 as presented, no changes. There was a second by Councilmember Wright, is that right? All right, we've had thorough discussion on the motion. Are you voting, Mr. Harris?
Voting, sir.
All right, all right, I will say I support some concession. I don't know if this is the version that I can necessarily embrace. I think we can get there, but as presented on the motion on the floor is what we're voting on. All right, so council, we'll look to you for your votes regarding. Is that everybody? Yeah. All right. So, Madam Clerk, that carries 63. Those voting in favor, Councilman Chris, Culleton, Wright, Jensen, Hare, and Dawkins. Voting in opposition, Colvin, Mon, Waddell. Items. That's 41 and 42. Yep. All right. So 36, pedestrian pathways. I think we've heard the presentation on that, Mr. Freeman.
Yes.
All right. So Councilman Dawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion to amend TA 19-03630-5.A.11.f by deleting the same in its entirety, pedestrian pathways.
All right, there's a
Second.
motion by Councilmember Dawkins, there's a second by Councilmember Hare, to approve item, 36. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Council, let's vote. Sorry. We're voting on that.
Are we in discussion or are we voting?
Yeah, it was, yeah, we should have discussed, yeah. My apologies. We're getting tired, right? Discussion phase on this, Dawkins Hare motion. Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Waddell.
My question is, this doesn't change any of, should this be approved, it doesn't change any of the requirements for crosswalks and for marking to identify where to be crossing. It just changes the requirement for those paths within the.
That's correct.
Okay, and I do want to say before this moves forward, I did do a little research and I did find that what you're saying is supported, that they're underused. But I also did find that there are a lot of accidents that do take place in parking lots where pedestrians are being struck, but that there needs to be nice, clear marking and some changes in terms of how turns are made in these parking lots, not necessarily these pathways. So we might want to consider that as we move forward, making sure that they're laid out properly to prevent some of the pedestrian hits if this moves forward. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion, Councilman Wright?
Just have a question. We're talking about sidewalks. Does this also include or exclude trees?
Pedestrian pathways.
Pedestrian pathways.
Yeah. Well, will that hinder any green space? Or will we? Is the ordinance still the same as far as green space is concerned when you're talking about these type of?
Landscaping islands are still required by code, correct, Chad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, landscape islands and stuff will be required. The pedestrian pathways do have planting requirements depending on how wide they are, from grass and shrubs to the widest ones that are 25 foot and the 15 and 25 foot that would require trees within the pedestrian pathways. But you would still have your other landscape islands.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because we're getting ready to do away with these pathways completely. Is that true? So I just want to make sure we still got our trees and
Still have tree
greenery.
islands every 12 spaces.
All right, any further discussion on this motion? The Hare and Dawkins motion. All right, council, look to you for your votes. Madam Clerk, that is unanimous. Those voting. Item A1946, sidewalk bonds. Mr. Freeman, we've heard from you. Council will look to you for action. Sir? Well, we'll need a motion, then we'll get to discussion.
I'm not sure where we are on this one.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. It would be to send this back to a future work session. The one recommendation was, kind of get rid of it. The other ones, make sure all sidewalks were installed up front, but we saw some potential negatives of installing all the sidewalks up front. And when we had the comparison between the different cities, yeah, I'm doing both, yeah. Because the motion was gonna be, send it back for a future work session. This one, I don't think enough work has been done. And if I could you bring that one graphic up where you had the comparisons between the different cities? We're by far the most lenient. We don't need to get any more lenient. We need to set, some very specific timelines where the entire residential neighborhood all has sidewalks at some point, even if there's vacant lots. Otherwise, you get a mom with a roller, a little stroller, will get off in one driveway, go up through the street to get back out another driveway to get back to the sidewalk. But to continue to have 2, 3, 4, 5 years of broken sidewalks when people are living there with, young kids. I think this one needs to go back.
All right, that's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem. There's a second by you, sir?
With some condition. I want to make a condition with it. Amendment, but yes, that it goes back to staff, but also that we will allow to have some input from our UDO commissioners.
I would go along with that, the UDO commission, the planning commission, bring in some, whoever the mayor so desires. But yeah, let's tweak this one a little bit more, because what we have before us, I think it needs to go back.
That's good, Mayor.
Excuse me, Mayor, I thought the task force was defunct, because I thought it was only for a year.
Yeah, well, I think what they're saying is maybe let the task force determine a member or two to be a part of the discussion in addition to planning, is what I think I hear them saying.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, so, right, yeah. So in its official capacity, I think it's not active right now, but members of the task force. So there's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Hare to send this back with staff, discussion with planning and UDO committee representation. Councilman Culleton, is there discussion? Yes, sir.
I know the motion is to send this back for further review by whatever body is to be designated in the future. So my questions are more pertaining to some of the things that were put in here, so I can have clarity if that's okay, and not maybe specifically on the motion itself.
Say that one more time.
My question is not necessarily on the motion itself, which is to send this back for a committee to be designated in the future to review it further, but rather pertaining to the sidewalk bond itself and some of the information here. For example, the recommendation by the UDO is to say that, releasing of the CO, is there a legal mechanism in place that we can hold a certificate of occupancy for sidewalks being incomplete or performance bond?
Only if the house doesn't meet code.
I mean, this is.
No, there's not.
There's not. So I'm not sure how the proposed amendment would even work, since it's stating that that is part of the amendment. So that's why I wanted to clarify, so I could have a better gauge on how I'm going to vote on this. So I think that answers it.
All right.
So I'm good.
So that's discussion on that. I have Councilmember Chris.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, would you consider adding to your motion a timeline? Because at present, it's just, it could go out there and be back in a year.
No, that's a,
And I leave it at that, but
no, I would say.
there's been a lot of work done on this. And at this point, I think, I would hope that you would add a timeline to your motion.
If the city manager agrees, I would say 90 days, because at the beginning, your first weekend of February, they go straight into their strategic retreat, the new council. So staff is heavily involved with the upcoming strategic retreat. Then there's a short break before they get into the CIP, ITP, before they get into the budget. So I would think by no later than that February, March work session. Nothing's going to get done next month. You got it's holiday season, so December's out. Is that doable, sir? Is that acceptable? Okay. Are you good with that, sir?
I'm with it, sir.
Okay.
All right.
I'm with it, sir.
See no further lights for discussion. So the Moan Hare motion to send this back with the timelines as described. Council, I look to you for your votes. Madam Clerk, it is unanimous. All right. Items 19.37 and 0.37. Nonconformities. Councilman Dawkins.
No action taken.
I'll take a stab at TA 19-37 to make a motion that we exclude non-conforming lots of 2 acres or less.
Okay.
That's the second, sir.
Well, I've
You're
got
done.
Councilman Culleton as a second. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Wardell?
So for TA 19-37, we're saying, explain your motion to me. You're saying what?
Thank you, Council Lady Waddell. Except where expressly exempted, the standard shall apply to all development in the city except for non-conforming lots of 2 acres or less. The thinking being that there's so many properties in our city, there's actually thousands from the staff presented, that it's in effect too expensive to really develop those smaller lots or to improve or redevelop the smaller lots, because then they've got to conform to all of the UDO new changes. So what I'm trying to do is incent folks who own lots of 2 acres or less to spend their hard-earned money and redevelop their lot, which might increase the value of their lot, which we all know what that does for our city, which generates additional property tax revenue.
Thank you, sir. So my question is, if we are exempting 2-acre lots or less, and I think when you brought up the graphic, there were, no, stay on the page that you're on really quickly. When you brought up that graphic, there were, I think you said, over 5,000 properties throughout the city that fall under this 2 acres or less auspice.
That's correct.
So that means that those 5,000 properties, most of which are in our, I'm gonna go back to the conversation we were having earlier, most of which are along our major corridors that we're talking about trying to revitalize and make beautiful. If we pass this particular change in the UDO, then that means that they are exempt from the UDO standards as present currently. Is that every UDO standard, or is
No.
that specific UDO standards?
Specific UDO.
Which specific UDO standards? Is that landscaping? Is that stormwater drainage? Which
That'd be exempt
standards?
from landscaping.
So that means that they don't have the requirements, the buffer requirements, they don't have the, is it buffering? Or is it
Correct.
just where they plant trees and how they plant them
The landscaping requirements as a whole.
to include buffering? Okay, thank you. So that
So-
means that they can do, last part of my question, that means that they can landscape, they don't have to do any landscaping, so we can have 5,000 properties with no landscaping requirement if this is implemented tonight. Okay, thank you.
So there was some discussion during the break that the proposal that is listed is not what the UDO committee was recommending. And I see they're adamantly shaking their head. So if we could get representative to come up here to clarify this. Now, the other thing I need to ask staff real quick before John Aycock comes, the 2 acres, what is the difference between 39 and 57? Both are non-conforming requests for 2-acre lots. Is one for redevelopment versus new construction and development, or please explain the difference?
37 is for non-conforming lots. 57 is for non-conforming sites, where a lot is non-conforming because it does not meet the dimensional regulations or have enough road frontage, whereas a non-conforming site is non-conforming. Typically, it was developed prior to the adoption of the UDO. It doesn't have the necessary landscaping requirements, things of that nature.
Okay.
So
So-
it's deficient in landscaping and possibly parking, things like that, but mainly landscaping is where it would be deficient.
All right, so John Aycock, was this consistent with what you recall the UDO's actions were?
This is what is consistent with it, and this is an applicability piece. And after we had finished a first section where we looked at small lots, we originally said that in those non-conforming lots, that those small lots were required to do 5 or 6 things on that lot in order to make it work. The notion that we put forward was that on lots that were 1 acre or less, the property shall provide 2 of those items if not already existing, and for sites larger than 1 acre but smaller than 2, the properties will provide 3 items if not already existing. That's tied to this. The only reason that this part in 30-5 is added is to direct that for lots less than 2 acres, you go to the nonconformities part that we changed. That's the only purpose of that, is to direct you from 30-5 to 30-7. There was never an intent to take the small lots and have them not conform to anything that the UDO says. We just reduced the number of things that the small lot had to do to conform.
So give me that. So if it's an acre or less, then out of the requirements, then you were proposing how many?
We propose that in 1 acre or less, there would be 2 of the 6 items, if not already
2 of
existing. And
6.
for items that were 1 acre but not more than 2, the property shall provide 3 items, if not already existing.
Okay. And the way this is presented, this would remove all regulation, which is
Well,
not what.
So that was never the
all
intent.
landscaping.
That was never the intent to do that. 30-5 was only intended in the applicability piece to guide you back to 30-7 if your lot was 2 acres or less. That's all it was intended to do.
Okay, staff, how do we reconcile that? Because the motion that's on the floor is different from what,
I would like to,
Madam Attorney?
Mary, if you'll give me a chance to confer with staff, I'll answer that question for you.
Okay. It needs to go back.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, while she's reviewing, on the November 25th, 2019 TA 19-037 proposed text amendment, on page 2, issues and analysis, it says the UDO task force recommended the section be amended to read as A, general, except where expressly exempted, these standards shall apply to all development in the city except for non-conforming lots 2 acres or less. So and my motion is exactly what that wording is. I want to make sure that I'm clear that I'm reading from page 2, that's from Dave Steinmetz, Chief Zoning Administrator. So if somebody says...
Yeah, I don't think that was the question. I think there was some verification needed as to whether this was the action that was recommended by an advisory board that is the same as what is in our CAM. I think you're reading it correct, but I think staff was verifying if what they were asking us to do, based on what General Aycock just said and other testimony, that this was not what they were asking. City Manager, he had a light. Did you have something to add? Were you able to verify if that's the case?
Well, I confirm with Taurus. There's what was intended and then what was stated. And given, I think, the length of the meetings and that have been held by the UDO task force, it very well could have been that what was stated in the motion that the committee put forward may not have been what they intended. And so I think that both the UDO task force members who are here, who speak to the intent, are correct. And I also think that what staff has in the record, based upon the audio file that we have as well, is correct. But they are, the intent and what is written or what was the motion are different. And in a situation like that, given the fact that the Planning Commission held a public hearing on it, and you're holding a public hearing on it as well for a text amendment, I would have to defer to the city attorney as to whether or not the question is that you go with it as presented, for which you have had a valid public hearing. Planning Commission here, you have a recommendation from the UDO committee. Staff's recommendation, I think, on these 2 items was to remand back. Was that correct? For further work? Either way, but what's before you, I think, and I can turn it over to the city attorney if she sees it differently than I stated.
This...
Give us some procedural guidance. Okay. All right.
Let Mr. Dolphins go and then.
All right, thank you, City Attorney. currently the section reads as landscaping and tree protection standards, so that's really what we're looking at changing. And remember, landscaping, tree protection standards. So in effect, we're going to not enforce all of the UDO standards concerning landscaping and tree protection standards for non-conforming lots of 2 acres or less. So even though there's a large number of 2 acre or less lots, this just affects landscaping and tree protection standards. And I would, as a businessman who has owned and bought and sold commercial property, developed it and built buildings on, I want my property to look as doggone good as I can so I can attract lots of bees so I can make honey and make money and then be able to sell it. So I never did I clear cut a lot. I planted trees and bushes and ended up selling. So I think my guidance is the marketplace is going to take care of itself. We've got to find ways to create more economic development in this city. And I think the UDO task force was wise in recommending this change just to the landscaping and tree protection standards. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
All right.
can I make I was hitting my light, if I can make maybe a friendly amendment to the motion?
Please.
I would like to make a friendly amendment, Mr. Dawkins, if you would allow me, to go with your motion with the addition of the intent that General Aycock spoke to about requiring part of that aesthetic landscaping, since that seems to be the issue, and I think we would all be in agreement, we would like that included.
All right, so do you accept that amendment, sir?
I need guidance on what exactly, how that would affect my motion.
Well,
Maybe
either you
Mr.
can,
I
go
don't
with the what?
understand it, so no.
Okay, all right. All right, so okay, Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll call for question. Yes, sir.
I got my light on, don't I?
Oh,
If
I'm
if
sorry.
that's the case, I'll have to withdraw my second.
All right, so,
Second here, sir.
okay, all right. So there's a withdrawal of a second by Councilmember Culleton, seconded by Councilmember Hare. Councilman Chris, and then Mo.
Well, Mr. Mayor, my concern is this. I understand the motion, but I also understand that the chair of the UDO committee stood up and said that that motion that's on the floor was not expressive of the intent of the UDO committee. I think it's a disservice to them to run this thing. I think the answer to the whole thing, and I know the public hearing, we've going back with the bond thing, and we're saying 90 days, and we're going to bring in members of the UDO committee to provide input. We need to get this right. We don't need to run by. You got General Aycock stood up there and said what was on the screen was not, according to his interpretation, the desires of the UDO committee. My question now is, well, what was the desires of the UDO committee versus what we have on the floor? I think the prudent action is to withdraw that motion,
Mr. Mayor, I withdraw my motion.
send it back,
I don't
and let's get
want to
them,
keep
let's
going.
get them
We'll
involved.
be here till
Let's
tomorrow.
get this thing done.
Going to breakfast shortly. All right.
Is that making sense?
If
So,
that's the case,
Mayor
I'll
Pro
make
Tem,
a
do you
motion.
still have comments even though the motion is withdrawn?
Right, a question. So, Mr. Torres, like, the Haymount Grill that burnt down, non-conforming, smaller than 2 acres, it's being rebuilt. And they've done the best they can to meet whatever standards they can within the UDO. On our dais up here, we have a one-page handout that talks about the maximum extent practical. And I believe that goes to what General Aycock was saying that should it be 1 acre or less than 1 acre, and then 1 to 2 acres, it lists out that, hey, 2 of 6 options. Something similar was the intent of the UDO committee, but that's not what's before us today.
Now with the MEPs, that allows for greater flexibility on staff standpoint to help developers in achieving as much as the code as possible.
Right.
Now, if we go to something regarding the options, now that takes it out of staff's hand, and now we have hard line requirements that the developer or the property owner must achieve in bringing it up to code.
Right, and so based on the other handout we have, our planning commission recommends for 37 and 57 to take no action, come back with future, so this maximum extent practical could be discussed to encourage. Am I understanding that right? So the UDO committee, 1 recommendation, our planning staff, a different recommendation, so we have a difference of opinion there, or difference of recommendations. So I think like Councilmember Crisp said, let's get it right instead of just throwing
And it was
all out.
Yes, and it was the planning commission's recommendation that it be remanded back.
Okay, then that would be my motion.
Yes. We had the motion withdrawn, so we have a new motion by Mayor Pro Tem, the second by Councilmember Wright to send this back for some consistencies. I agree. As we have discussion on the motion, I did have a question. Ms. Tarsh, you said right now this MEP or the maximum extent practical is objective to a staff member, right? So you can say, well, you've tried everything, in my opinion. They say, well, we haven't tried it. You say we haven't tried everything. They may say, look, we've tried everything practical that will work. There's gray area. This right here makes it black and white, that if there's 6 items, you have to do 2 or you have to do 3 in this case. I think that's a lot more clearer for everybody to understand if they can say they have 6 to choose 2 or 6 to choose 3 versus how I'm feeling this day, that I had an opinion to say, in my opinion, I think we should have more, so you didn't do enough. Or in my opinion, you did nothing, so I think that's acceptable, correct?
Well, we've always been encouraged to actually work with the development community. That right there allows us to work with them to come up with some other
But it's still
alternatives.
discretionary.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Mr. Mayor.
So we use a lot of what the industry standards are and look and see.
All right.
We just investigated a lot more.
I got you. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I know we have a motion on the floor, and I second it. I want to make a friendly amendment to put a timeline along with that, we can come back with a timeline when it's time.
Mr. Manager, would the same timeline with the previous, about the sidewalk bonding, that way it comes back 1 package, so no later than the March work session? Okay, thank you. I accept that, sir.
That's great.
All right. Did you have discussion, Councilmember Hare?
No, sir,
Okay, all right, so the motion on the floor is to remand this back to staff, to come back along with the other items as presented. All right, council, I look to you for your votes on that motion. Madam Clerk, that is unanimous. Motion carries. All right. Well, got through that.
Was that just for 36 or was that for 36?
That was for 37 and 57.
Yes,
36 and 57?
Yes.
Was it? What was your motion, sir?
Well, we were on 37, but if I remember, that was non-conforming based on lot size, lot configuration, and then 57 was just straight up acreage versus maybe not non-conforming. But the recommendation was the same, whether it be non-conforming or whether it be 2 acres or less. Right.
All right, so we have agreed to take separate action on them. So we're at item TA 1957, so look to you for some action for that. We voted on everything else separately, so all right.
So
look for a
question
motion for that.
I'll make the motion to, Planning Commission recommend that, we send it back to make sure that 37 and 57 come back at the same time, so it's consistent. Is that doable, Mr.?
Yes, sir.
Freeman?
I second that.
Sites.
All right, so discussion on this motion, Mr.
Yes.
Freeman, explain to me, the difference. I know you told me that one is a site, one is a lot. Give me the practical difference between 57 and what's being asked. So on 37, we saw that they were actually asking for discretion between, or some specifics between choosing 2 or 3 of the items. Tell me about 57.
37, they're exempting landscaping requirements. 57 is where you have a menu to pick from based on the lot size, and you have to do 2 for small lots, 3 for larger lots of the 6 items.
Okay, so what they explained for 37 was the à la carte, so to speak, where you could pick a couple off of a list.
From what we're hearing, that was their intent for 37.
As well.
The way it was presented, it was 37 exempted, 57 is the options.
Is that consistent, General Aycock, from what the committee recommended?
The change that we recommended in 30-5 was really an administrative change to direct you back to 30-7. The 30-7 is really the key element of this. If you go to that particular part, it's a nominative change that the city staff can make on their own. You don't have to have our recommendation to go forward to that. And so if you want an option, you can take the recommendation that affects 30-7 and vote on that, and then determine if you need the 30-5 part. The only purpose of the 30-5 part was to refer you back to 30-7 for lots less than 2 acres.
So 30-5 basically pointed you to 30-7, so all of the actionable items are in 30-7.
Right. It was in the applicability part, and since 2 acre lots would no longer be applicable to that standard, we just wanted to make sure that the reader knew to go to 30-7 for lots that were smaller than 2 acres. That's all we intended.
So staff, is that the way you all understand that? Because that's different from what you just said.
That's not the way I understood it. We actually listened to the transcription listened to the audio, and that was not what was stated. However, we did send our UDO task force copies of the minutes after each meeting. That was approved. We did send them all correspondence detailing what they had taken action on, and to my knowledge, this is the first time this has actually came up tonight.
So again, this one there's some discrepancy between what the committee said the intent and what you all have understood it to be.
That's correct.
So I guess,
Question.
yes, sir.
So if I'm understanding correctly, General, 30-5, if 30-5 is eliminated altogether, okay, and we go ahead and work on 30-7, which is recommended to go back to be reviewed, no? Well, but hold on. Are you saying that 30-5 we could eliminate, right? And use just 30-7?
I believe that you can. The only thing that I would, is not even a caution, it's just how it will be. If you read that section alone, a person reading it would not know to go to 30-7 for a lot 2 acres or less. It should be an administrative change. The city should be able to make that change without anything from the UDO task force. It was made to make it more clear to the reader that if they had a lot 2 acres or less, to go to 30-7.
So a lot 2 acres or less needs to be within the description for 30-7.
It already is in 30-7, and what we did was change it so that the lots did not have to do all of the standards at that level. They only had to do partial parts of the standards. So if you're 1 acre or less, you do 2 of the standards out of the number that are allowed. And if there's 2 acres to 1 acre, you do 3 of the standards.
Okay, but are you saying that all of that description that you mentioned, we ought to be able to have it from 30-7?
It
Instead
should
of
be
having,
yes, it should be only in 30-7. It shouldn't have to be in 30-5. And again, the only purpose of the 30-5 feature was to direct the people who had lots smaller than 2 acres to go to 30-7 nonconformity to determine how to use that lot.
So 30-5 wouldn't exist anymore.
You would not have to have the 30-5 applicability section that we put in there to still make 30-7 work.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Wright?
I just want to get some clarity, General, and I want to kind of piggyback off of Councilwoman Waddell's statement that probably started everything, because with the exemption of the standards for lots 1 acre or 2 acres, no more than 2 acres, help me to understand what you really mean about the standards. You said 1 acre, 2 acres, 3. Now, 2 of the items to bring it up to some type of standard visual ability to look presentable, because if we have 500 to 1,000 properties with 2 acres that are not kept, that's going to look bad. So help me to understand why we should vote for this when we're concerned about the image of the city.
Well, right now, you're not developing the lots. The lots are just sitting there not being developed. And as been cited several times before, most of those lots are on the corridors that you're most concerned about. So right now, the developers can't see the requirement to put 5 of the 6 available pieces that they have to put on those lots, make that lot viable so that there's still space to have a business on it. That's the real challenge right now. And so
But you're talking about 1 acre, 2 acres, and small business on. So what are the standards for 1 acre and what are the standards for 2?
So right now, you haven't voted on that. And so right now, they still have to maintain the full standard that any larger lot would have to maintain. They have to put enough landscaping on there to be the same as a Walmart parking lot, to be quite frank with you. They have the same standard as that size lot. There's a lot more room on that kind of lot to make that kind of change. There's a lot less room on those smaller lots. And so rather than just say they're exempt from anything, what we said was reduce the requirement for those kinds of things and let the city staff help them determine what's the best thing to put on that lot, given the size of the lot or the location of the lot.
Okay, thank you.
And the city staff could be much better than I could be at talking to you about what those things are that they would have to go to and what those options would be.
All right, so council, it seems like the only practical way to do this is to have staff along with UDO representation, along with planning, to bring us something practical back. And General, if I'm understanding this, and I hate to sound redundant, right now we have 2 sections that deal with this. What you're saying is that we can consolidate to 1 section, which is 30-7, as it deals with non-conforming lots. That is the part that I guess that is unclear, because he said that it would reference 30-7 only on non-conforming language applicability, right?
So the 30-5 section is only in the applicability piece. And the original intent was to make sure that someone reading 30-5 did not try to apply what's in 30-5 to a 2 acre lot or less that we had recommended changes to in 30-7 under nonconformities. That was the only purpose of it, was to make sure that the reader did not try to think that he had to do all those things on his lot, because it's in the applicability piece. It's not in the standards piece. It's just in the applicabilities piece that says doesn't apply to 2 acre lots, go to 30-7.
Mr. Manager, you had something?
Yes, sir. I think that there's no easy way to get from where we are to where you want to be tonight. And I think that if my recommendation would be to send it back, send it back for a number of reasons. In even trying to follow 30-5, 30-37, you missed the intent of the UDO task force and council. You're not interested in a dash or a dot. You're interested in a policy. So is it the policy of this board that you want to encourage development on the corridor? As one of the impediments to developing on the corridor, that you have a multitude of small lots, that it is too costly to address all of the 7, 6, or 5 elements of the UDO requirements. Once you decide that, we can write an ordinance. But it makes it, but that's the concept piece that the council has to own. I think that's what the UDO task force was trying to convey. And whether they got it right or wrong, I think we'll be here all night trying to figure out which goes first, the 5 or the 7, because I'm not being glib about it. I lost it, you know, on where we were on the item. And so, out of respect for all of the work that was done, and I think that if it is boiled down as clearly as I said, that it really does come down to how do you spur redevelopment on your corridors where you have small, challenging lots. There is something that staff and the UDO committee and council could do, but I don't think that we can get there tonight based on where we are. And I may be mistaken, but that would be my recommendation, that we move this to with the other items.
All right,
That
yeah.
15 minutes ago.
No, we know it, Councilman Chris. All right, so Mayor Pro Tem, you want to restate your motion?
Both items, TA 19-37, TA 19-57, get remanded back, and staff will come back no later than the March 2020 work session.
A second.
Councilman, whatever, was that a okay. Councilman, yeah, you were.
I had already seconded.
You were restating it, okay.
Restating.
All right, let's do it. All right, so we've had adequate discussion. Council, I look to you for votes. We're voting on that. All right, Madam Pro Tem, Madam Clerk. You can tell I'm tired. All right, and motion carries. All right, thank you all. So as we look to pay homage to our council members who are changing out, I'll go to staff real quick, and then council, as we discussed, we'll give a couple of minutes to say whatever we'd like to say, and we will end with Councilmember Chris and give him the last word.
It's time.
I'll make the last
This long,
motion.
you're going out right.
Are you gonna be the senior now? By age, who the oldest?
I'm the oldest.
Well, you know, I heard what you said, but I
got it.
I didn't say that.
All right, Mr. Hewitt.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We too will miss the 4 members of council who are rotating off, and I can't say enough personally and professionally that I have learned something from all 4 of you. I will look back fondly on our time together. I'm looking forward to working with the new council members elect as well. But one of the things that we talk about here in City Hall, and particularly in the manager's office, is that we're building this city, one sidewalk at a time, one stadium at a time, one affordable house at a time as well. And one of the things that we'd like to do is we'd like to present with the council members who are rotating off tonight a small token of the senior management team's affection, and have something that I'll read to kind of encapsulate that. The senior management team hopes that you remember your years on council with pride and satisfaction. You have given your time and talent to move forward on major projects and in helping residents with everyday issues they face. Whether it was a major policy decision, and we had a couple of those tonight, proclamations, or representing the city at events around town, you have been the face of Fayetteville for the years that you have served. And it is with our deepest appreciation that we recognize your efforts and wish you all the best that this evolving city has to offer. And with that, I'd ask the deputy manager and assistant managers to present the various tokens to the members present.
Thanks, Christoph. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. All right.
Well, thank you, senior staff and Mr. Manager. At this time, we'll start at my right. I guess we'll give everyone an opportunity to say your piece. Yes, ma'am.
I've already told you each, I think independently, what I think, but for the record and very publicly, first of all, Mr. Crisp, thank you. It has been an honor to serve alongside you and to learn from you, and you will be missed. But I will be calling on you, and I'll probably come by a time or two so I can sit with you and Miss Joan and just kind of, bend your ear. So thank you. Councilmember Culleton, thank you. Caught a lot of flack for you. I'm sure you've caught some for me too. It's been really a pleasure to serve alongside you, and if I had to vote for you all over again, I'd do it all over again in a heartbeat. So thank you for your service. Mayor Pro Tem, it was such a pleasure working with you. You really set the standard when it comes to being prepared and for really just knowing your stuff. And I can really appreciate that because it's rare for somebody to dig as deep as you do and not expect all of the accolades and not expect, like, you do it and you do it with no expectation at all whatsoever, other than to just make sure that we are informed, and we will greatly. There will be a void when you walk away, and I'm sure that we will each probably be reaching out to you because we know that you like to research, and so we'll still call upon that skill. So thank you. And Councilmember Arp, even in his absence, I'd like to say that he has been a stabling force for this council. It's always good when you have somebody, you know, the Bible says iron sharpens iron, and he has been that for me, and it's been really great serving with him, and he will be someone that I will continue to call on also. So I count it an honor, and I count it a privilege, and I thank you each very much for your service.
Thank you, Dan. Got a ton of respect for you, businessman, family man, lots of kids with all different ages, and a lot of pressure on you. You're a risk taker, an entrepreneur, and I admire you for that. And we're going to miss you. And I hope one day public services comes back in your life and you have an opportunity. But our life is all about choices, and this is a choice you've made, and now go and do great things, as I know you will. Mayor Pro Tem Moan, you have been there every time I've called you, texted you, begged you for help, begged you to come to a meeting. Please, Ted, can you swing by and look this over? Tremendous respect for you. Thank you for your military service. Thank you for your other government service. You are a good man. You're a young guy. You've got tons of time and talent, and I hope that what you decide in this next phase brings you joy. You brought me a lot of joy. Your intense study of issues is set an example that I had never seen before. I'd gotten the award back when DJ and I were together back 03 to 05 with Kathy's older brother and some other folks, Marshall Pitts and others, just being overly prepared and ready to go. I'm not in your league, Mr. Moan. You're a class act, and our city has been fortunate with your leadership. I think the world of Jim Arp. I hope he's having fun. I hope he didn't shoot Bambi today, but maybe he shot a buck. He's up in Roanoke, Virginia, hunting venison. But I want to thank him for his service, and of course Sergeant Major Chris, Vietnam veteran. Tremendous respect for you, Command Sergeant Major. Your time and your stories that you shared with me, especially when you were in Europe and you took Arthur Ashe around, who many of us revere to this day. The way you spoke about your company commander brought me to tears that night when you remembered him, that the night you lost him. Having read 250 books, nonfiction on Vietnam, through my Depression era in the 80s and early 90s when I lost a couple of friends, I tried to understand what you dealt with from many different perspectives. And Sergeant Major, you're a class act. Your house in heaven's going to be a lot bigger than mine. But I still aspire to do good things. And praise the Lord, you've been here 79 years, and I hope you stay, and the Lord allows you to stay. and that you continue to do great things. A man is known by his family, and for your daughter to say the things she said about you had to really touch your heart. There's a special bond between a dad and their daughter. And as I'm sure their mother and all the sons that Ms. Jensen has.
Councilman Dawkins, bring it on home.
I could go for days. I was a religion major at Wake Forest. I
see
was taught
you in
to
here
preach.
preaching eulogies. That's still gonna be around.
Bring that on in.
All right.
Well, Johnny done said all the good stuff. Wow. I guess I'm probably the only member here on council that can say I welcome you, and I welcome Ted, and I welcome Jim Arp to the city council. And I have enjoyed, you two that are here, I have enjoyed you guys. I have enjoyed your stringentness, many sidebar conversations we have had. I say, man, why you say that? But I have appreciated that to understand the culture and the time. So being a having a father that has experienced some of the same military time that you have, I understand. I understand. Ted, wow. When it comes down to, because I'm really going to miss that, when it comes down to mapping and designs and things along that line, I always, even if I didn't ask a question, I always knew that would be at the meeting, that you would bring that. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate welcoming you. I think you guys came in 2007. So both of you all will be missed. Councilmember Colleton, I respect your needs and your desires above council and serving this body, but taking care of family and home, that is very, very, very important. And when you stated that you weren't going to, reseat the seat, and you gave the explanations, I respected that because I'm a big family guy. I hope Jim will get an opportunity to get a note or video or something, because I appreciate that order, that military order. You guys really brought that military order, and I do appreciate you guys, and you will be missed. You will be missed. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll be brief since you gave me time beforehand. Mayor Pro Tem Moan, I have always said every team needs a Ted Moan. And you have, and I mean that, you have really gotten us out of a lot of things. And like everyone else here, when you needed something done, you picked up the phone and you're like, hey, Ted, can you research this for me? And I appreciate it. Council, I'm going to use your first name. Ted, Jim, and Bill welcomed me when I came 6 years ago, and I thank you for that. I really do. Dan, I think we sat beside each other for a year, got to know each other. I respect your decision. Jim and I met probably 15 years ago, kind of raised our kids together, and a funny sidebar note is I tried to get him to run for District 1 probably 15 years ago when he lived out on the north side. And so it was kind of ironic that we sat here. So thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Chris, you know I love you. And you said, I lost my dad 22 years ago. Never thought you'd kind of have that feeling again. And you gave me that feeling. Thank you.
Beautiful. Guess it's my turn. So, I believe that everyone that comes into our life has a reason, and it's for a season. And I certainly, as I go around the dais, I can think of many reasons that you guys have I've been allowed to cross your path by God during this season. We spent a lot of time together. We've often been together more than we've been with our families. And over the last 6 years, I've appreciated a lot of it. You know, we have not agreed on everything, which we're not supposed to, but we've always shown a level of respect for each other and the difference of our opinions. And I think that all of us, Ted, everybody's pointed out tonight that we can count on you to do the research. You're meticulous, you do the behind-the-scenes stuff, and you don't necessarily have to have the glorification that comes along with doing it, which is a great attribute to this team. And I really appreciate you being the mayor pro tem. I appreciate you being there when I needed you and being a good team player. So thank you. Doing whatever you asked to do. Dan, well, I'll go to Jim. Jim has, Jim and I locked horns a lot during our time on council, but then we found out during one of the strategic plannings that we've got the same personality, which explained a lot. And after we came to grips with that our relationship actually got a little better, that he was tenacious in fighting for what he believed, and I was the same way, and we ended up bumping heads. And then we figured out that we had a lot more in common than we had different. And that was the main underlying motive for, I think, everybody that throws their hat in for public life, is that you want a better community to live in. And certainly we shared that, and we learned to put our efforts in that tenacity in the direction of making a better city. So thank you, sir, in your absence. Dan, you turned out to be a pleasant surprise, my friend. I was a little skeptical at first, and I believe what I believe, but at the end of the day, when it came time to swear you in, I said, welcome to the team, and I meant it. And you have acted as a good teammate. You've had a great perspective, and you've brought a talent to this council that made us successful over the last 2 years. So thank you for stepping up for your community when you were needed. And my man, Sergeant Major, just going through a period of Kathy hit something that I was going to say anyway, but, you're going through a period where, you lose your earthly father, that you see a lot of characteristics in him that you may find in other people as you go through this life. And Mr. Chris, I certainly have found a lot of similarities between some of the principles that he taught us and required, and what I found in you. You've been a good source for information. You've been a great friend, confidant, and we will definitely miss your spirit that you brought to this council of calmness and just wisdom that has served us all well when we are stuck and hung up. You brought us back to a point of wisdom. So I felt that over these last 2 years as mayor, I was your colleague on council, but as mayor, you really have truly been my sergeant major that I can lean on to keep order and to just help point me in the right direction. So thank you. Definitely going to miss you. And I appreciate everything that you've done for me and for this council. Councilman Wright?
Wow. So many great things have been said, and I echo all of those things about these gentlemen. You need diversity on any team. It makes for a better whole and to function. Ted, and I'll just say Ted and Bill, we were the terrible threesome out west. We were the gunslingers out west, and so I'm gonna miss those guys. But Ted, it's like, and again, I'm losing 3 comrades, military comrades, but we gaining 1. But it's like being in the foxhole and being on the front line here on the council. We all develop a friendship and a camaraderie that is unlike any other type of relationship in our society. We sit on a board where we have to make decisions and they touch people's lives. And so dealing with Ted, I've just learned his heart. He is just such an amazing human being. And I saw him in action. This guy would reach out to help anybody. And so I really, really appreciate your leadership. I appreciate your friendship. And, you know, you always went the extra mile. And that was so very impressive. And you never asked for anything in return. He always was like on the back and behind the curtains, behind the scenes, making everybody else look good, man. And I just want to thank you for that and helping me out west. And when I came aboard, all your expertise, and it ain't over. So we're still going to work together in the community, and we're looking forward to that next step for you. Jim, when I first came on, Jim had a Bowie knife at the council. You know, he cleaning out his nails or something. And I said, man, what you do with a knife, man? But that's the kind of guy Jim was. Jim, I appreciate his leadership, his stamina, his sincereness in what he did, his personality. The guy was like John Wayne or somebody, you know, and he always challenged the staff. He challenged us, you know, and he had a place on the council that nobody could feel but him. And the best thing that you can be is always be yourself. So I appreciate him for being him, and we developed a friendship over the years, and we understood that camaraderie. And so I appreciate Jim. Jim said, I'm going hunting. He said, I'm going with some veterans. I'm not going to be here, but I want you to know that, you know, where I am and that I'm going to help those veterans in whatever ministry and whatever he's doing to pour into them. So I appreciated that. Dan, you was like a breath of fresh air, man. Heard a lot of good things about you running when you ran, but I voted against you, man, because I was like, nah, he's not going to do what he said. But when you got here, I saw a person that I underestimated. And when you spoke and you did your homework and you spoke about the things for District 2 and the things for the city, I said, this guy's a team player, you know, and I saw your heart, and I appreciate you. And I echo the fact that, you know, you stepped down for family, you know, and you wanted to be there for your children, and that says a lot, you know, because we need leadership in the city, but at the same time, family needs their father, kids need their father, and you made that decision. And as a pastor and as a man of God, I appreciate the man of God in you. Thank you for being there. That guy on the end, I don't know what to say about him, man. So, Major, I have never met anybody like you. I'm going to tell you what, the man is brilliant. He has a brilliant mind. You saw this movie, A Brilliant Mind. When I first came to council, I went to his home, and we sat for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I was talking to him, and he just gave me everything that I needed and more. I met his wife. She fell in love with me, you know, and I didn't know that she was crazy about me until my birthday. They came to my birthday party, and he told me, he says, man, my wife crazy about you. And I was trying to figure my mind, why? You know, but they came and supported me, and I met her and I met him, and the leadership and the insight and the experience that he has, this is going to be a great loss to the council and to the city of Fayetteville. So we're going to be pulling on him and all of those things and praying for him. We've talked personally. We've shared our faith. We shared prayers, and he's supported my family. When I was going through what I went through, he would always ask me, how's your wife? How's your son? Shared some personal testimonies of what he went through, and he just don't know how much that encouraged me. And it's more than just sitting on the council making policy. We develop friendships, we have to develop trust, because if we don't have that, then it'll be difficult. What you guys brought to the council to help take this council to the next level, I will always appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
I'm honored, I'm humbled, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity I've had to serve not only the city, but to be amongst the greatness I am here, and that's for each and every one of you. So thank you. Thank you for the time, thank you for your friendships, and just thank you.
Well, I really do appreciate all the, nice comments. We've got a good team here. We've had different teams over the years, but what's clear to me is everybody sitting up here, y'all care about the city. I mean, every single one of you, you put your time in. We have good days and bad days. Sometimes we ramble up here, versus asking a question, but that's okay. That's our personalities coming out. But we also have a very excellent staff. Think about how our professional staffs make us look good. So when we go out to the community meetings, and we're prepared because of the staff that we have, even down to the city line worker. So it's been fun. I'm gonna keep every one of you in my prayer. I'll be watching you on TV. When you start rambling, I'm gonna hit the mute button. Can't hit the mute button up here. But it's been fun, and thank you, and again also to the city staff and the city employees, because they're the ones that make us look good. So hey, thank you, Mayor Cole. Thank you.
Your show, sir.
I can't do Long Street anymore. Mr. Mayor, and I want to say this in the absence of Senator Deviere and everybody present. I don't have much room on my walls for anything in my office. Chris will attest to that. But I'm going to take some stuff down. You don't know what that key to the city means to me. And the Order of the Longleaf Pine. Now I've got the award from Maryland and North Carolina and Georgia. Okay? Been around. I'm so very grateful for the awards given to me tonight. And I'll tell you this, Lieutenant Colonel and Mrs. Jensen are very special people to me and always will be, even after I'm off this council on the 2nd of December. I'm not off to the 2nd of December. Mr. Mayor, council members, and fellow citizens, the word grace stems from Latin, meaning favor or gift. In religious use, it often means strength infused by God. Paul used it to emphasize the abundance of divine love, mercy, and kindness toward mankind. And you may find it referenced in Romans 3:24, Ephesians 2:8 and 4:7, 1 Thessalonians 1:1, and 1 Timothy 1:14. I say this, and I reference this, because I am without doubt or equivocation that God has been gracious unto me, first by sparing my life during several serious health crises. I don't know if everybody knows that I had stage 4 lung cancer in both lungs and on my aortic artery almost 11 years ago. God has been gracious unto me. And he has allowed me the privilege of serving the citizens of this city for 12 consecutive years. I've sat in that same chair, General, for 12 years. I ought to take it home with me.
We getting new ones. You can take it.
I don't have any room for it. He has been gracious unto me by allowing me the privilege of working with council members such as yourselves and others who were and are willing to give of yourselves rather than being about yourselves. The city staff has assisted me in every way, and I'm more than grateful for their help over the years. I've stopped on many occasions and expressed my appreciation to the men on the back of the trash trucks, as well as the drivers. I've stopped and told them how much I appreciate what they're doing, keeping this city clean. I've tried to respect every member of staff, but if perchance I've offended anyone, I'm truly sorry, and I mean that. It has been said, there's an old African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And I'm confident we've taken this city far, this council, by going together. I implore you to continue your togetherness for the betterment of the entire city. Fight with each other when necessary. Challenge each other when necessary. But in the end, remember that government at this level is concessions in order to reach consensus. Maintain your synergy. Some years ago in the John D. Fuller Center, former North Carolina House member Rick Glacier gave the charge to Dr. Eric Mansfield when Dr. Mansfield was sworn in as a North Carolina State Senator. And if I may paraphrase, Mr. Glacier told Dr. Mansfield, he said, when you get up there, up meaning Raleigh, don't get so caught up in trying to keep your job that you fail to do your job.
That's right.
And so I tell each of you this day, if you do your job to the satisfaction of the people, the people will elect you again and again and again and again. For the past 12 years, I've used language and action to further the progress of this city. I believe my voice was heard, and I know I have more days behind me than in front of me, and I know that when I've crossed over, my footprint will still be woven in the sands of this city. And yes, I know that winds will come and slowly blow the residue of my existence away, grain by grain, but many will know that Bill Chris was here. And I just wanted to do God's will and improve the human condition in this great city. I leave you with confidence that I gave all of me, and it was a joy. Somebody said, if you build it, they will come. So I say to you, continue building this city. And allow me to give you the council members elect a charge to continue building this city. Listen to the words of Will Allen Drumgoole in his epic work, The Bridge Builder. An old man going a lone highway came at the evening cold and gray. He came to a chasm vast and deep and wide, through which was flowing a sullen tide. The old man crossed into twilight dim. That sullen stream held no fear for him. But he turned when safe on the other side and built a bridge to span the tide. Old man, said a fellow pilgrim near, you're wasting strength with your building here. Your journey will end with the ending day, and you never again must pass this way. You've crossed the chasm deep and wide. Why build this bridge at eventide? And the builder lifted his old gray eyes and head, and he said, good friend, in the path I have come, he said, there followeth after me today a youth whose feet must pass this way. This chasm that has been naught to me, to that fair-haired youth may a pitfall be. He too must cross in the twilight dim, good friend. I'm building this bridge for him. I'm building the bridge for him. Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, citizens of Fayetteville, don't let it be forgot, for one brief shining moment, there was a place called Camelot. This, Mr. Mayor, has been my Camelot. With that, I motion for adjournment.
So moved. So moved.